Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Met All Might's Hidden Legacy? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. All Might squinted at his phone, the bright rays from the sun obscuring his vision slightly, questioning whether he was reading the headline to the news story correctly that was flashing across the screen. Briefly behind him, he could hear Izuku grunting with effort to drag a filing cabinet across the sand. Massive EF5 tornado tears through rural town of Chickasaw, Oklahoma. Anxiety gripped what remained of his stomach and he hurriedly scrolled through the article, taking in the photographs of the devastation that had rolled through the center of the town. Continuing to scroll through the article, he paused on the attached video of the local news interview with a young girl who had been at the scene. The video was frozen on her face, paused in mid-sentence. His thumb flicked the play button. We're here at State Street and Main reporting live as rescue crews continue their heroic efforts, the news reporter stated with her heavy southern accent and flashed her veneers at the camera with a big smile. She turned quickly and heavily placed her hand on the shoulder of a small blonde-haired blue-eyed girl behind her, who seemingly wasn't expecting the contact and jumped a bit, feeling startled. Behind the girl, the scene seemed to match her mood. Rubble everywhere with trees stripped bare of their bark and branches. Survivors were picking through debris along with rescue crews. Multiple ambulance sirens were going off in the distance. All Might grimaced at the scene. The camera focused in now on the girl. All Might could already see the anxiety embedded in her dilated pupils. Dirt mixed with some blood smeared across her forehead, cheek, and under her nose. There was a superficial cut along her hairline that looked particularly painful. She was young, too young to be by herself at a scene like that. All Might scoffed in pity for the poor thing, clearly being taken off guard by the insistence of the press. It was clear the press's main goal was to get good ratings by preying upon this young girl who was clearly still in shock. Hello, darling, you mind telling us your name and commenting on what you saw when the twister hit? The news reporter flashed her pearly whites again and all but shoved a microphone into the girl's face. The girl took a step back, not seeming to appreciate the intrusion on her space. Her eyes shifted from the obnoxious woman standing in front of her to the camera crew closing in with bright lights in her face. Don't be shy, darling. Tell everyone your name and what you saw, the reporter all but demanded. My name is Minami Callahan. I was at the ice rink when the tornado came through, she said quietly, squinting a bit into the bright lights of the camera. Well, what was it like? What were you doing when the tornado came through? The reporter asked her almost too excitedly. The young girl wrinkled her nose at the reporter in irritation. All Might snorted softly in amusement at the sight. Well, it was loud and windy, I guess. I was at ice skating practice when the tornado came through dash. She was helping me when the tornado came through. A small, high-pitched voice interrupted the blonde girl. The camera panned a bit lower and saw the smiling face of a young brown-haired girl who couldn't have been more than 8 years old, clearly enjoying the attention she was receiving by the news crew. She was wearing a now tattered and muddy ice skating costume, seeming to be a younger ice skating student. Oh, how brave! The reporter made an exaggerated shocked expression at the camera and turned back to the taller blonde girl, the camera following the reporter's movements. Your mother must be so proud of you, the reporter crooned. All Might could see a small flinch on the girl's face at the comment. She quickly recovered and responded. I wouldn't know, ma'am, she's been dead for 10 years now. An awkward silence passed for several seconds. The reporter then seemed to remember where she was at once more. Oh darling, I'm so sorry. I'm sure your mama is watching over you as an angel in heaven. I'm sure this is why you're still here with us today, the reporter replied hastily, trying to cover up her faux pas. Can you tell us your mama's name? I'm sure the old folks out there watching this report would be curious to know of your kin. The girl nodded her head and replied softly, her name was Faith Callahan, ma'am. All Might's eyes bugged out of his head at the name and he felt blood pool into his mouth at the revelation. He coughed loudly, pulling out a napkin from his pocket to wipe the blood off his mouth and chin, trying to catch his breath again. Holy shit, did I just hear that right? All Might thought, slightly panicked. All Might? A young voice questioned behind him. All Might turned from where he was perched on a discarded table and saw the concerned face of Izuku, who had seemingly accomplished dragging the large filing cabinet to the truck for disposal and had been on his way back to retrieve more trash. Are you okay, All Might? All Might, still coughing and dabbing at his mouth, waved the boy's concerns away with his free hand. Izuku reached down to pick up the cell phone that had been dropped into the sand and placed it back in the thin man's hand. All Might looked back at his phone and saw the video had finished up and had returned to its previous frozen state, with the blonde-haired blue-eyed girl centered on the video's screen again. Yeah kid, I'm fine, was just caught off guard about something. He flashed a smile at the boy to reassure him. Izuku, accepting his response, smiled back at him. Curious now, he craned his neck over All Might's shoulder to try to see what had startled his mentor so. What were you watching, All Might? Was it a villain report? All Might placed his large hand over Izuku's face playfully and pushed back. Stop being so noisy, kid. All Might chuckled. Remember, 10 months will be over before you know it. Now hop to it and keep clearing out all this trash. A blush spread across Izuku's cheeks and he giggled nervously at being called out for trying to snoop on his phone. Saluting All Might, he responded, "Yes, sir." Izuku flashed a goofy grin and ran off in the other direction to drag more garbage away. All Might watched him go, allowing his smile to drop from his face as Izuku faded from his sight. Finally, over the initial shock, he rubbed his hand over his face in irritation and allowed his mind to wander. That girl, she's the daughter of Faith? It's been so long since we've even talked, at least 13 years. But, Faith is dead now? All Might's heart clenched at the thought. He always believed that maybe she had met someone else, settled down and had a family. Jesus, do I have a kid? Should I reach out to her? How would I even do that? All Might glanced down at his phone, staring at the frozen face of the girl. He scoured her features for any physical similarities. From what he could tell from the bad quality of the video, she may have some of his coloration. I need to meet with Tsukachi, see if he can help. All Might decided to himself. He began texting Naomasa Tsukachi. Hey, something has come up that I need to talk to you about. Meet me at the Oran Cafe tonight at 9 p.m. It's important. Within seconds, several PRDS appeared under his message signaling a response was on its way. Yeah, sounds good, I'll see you there. With the confirmation of the meeting, All Might pocketed his phone into his green cargo briefs and sighed. This whole issue will just have to wait till tonight. His eyes scanned the beach looking for Izuku and spotted him dragging a small love seat. His face beat red with the effort of his work. All Might began walking towards him. Put your back into it, squirt. We don't have all day. He encouraged. Izuku looked and nodded determinedly. Later that evening, All Might stared into his cup of coffee, trying to analyze the situation presented to him, still a bit in shock. He felt like he was in his own world, with the hustle and bustle of activity around him in the cafe that was full of young and older people alike. Suddenly, the chair in front of him was moving backwards and it snapped him out of his reverie. He looked up and saw Naomasa settling down into it, looking at him with a smirk on his face. So, where's the fire at? He joked with All Might. All Might returned his joke with a stone-faced stare. I'll just cut to the chase. All Might sighed with his eyes pinched shut, rubbing the bridge of his nose with his thumb and index finger in a stressed manner. I think I may have a love child in the U.S. I came across an article about a natural disaster that happened in Oklahoma and found a news video of this girl. She's the daughter of a woman I was in love with years ago. All Might slid his phone across the table with the video open on the article once more. Tsukachi's smirk fell off his face, morphing into one of shock as he took the phone and pressed play on the video. The girl says her mom is Faith Callahan. She and I were together briefly during one of my tours in the U.S. for hero work. We ended it when I had to return to Japan. It was too difficult trying to be in a relationship and be the #1 hero, but we wanted to remain friends. All Might explained somberly as he thought of the past, missing Faith's sweet laugh and flowing brown hair. All Might continued on as Naomasa watched the video, his eyes shifting back and forth from the video and to All Might, multitasking. Faith's hometown was Chickasaw, Oklahoma. Last I heard from her, she was living in Indiana near Indianapolis, doing some part-time hero work. She was a healer, you know, a DM and good one, almost as good as Recovery Girl. Her quirk was life force. She was able to give her life force to people to help their healing process. She would have made quite a team with Recovery Girl, had she decided to come back with me. All Might rubbed his chin as his eyes became glassy, his mind wandering into the past once more. She had gone to Indiana to get away from her old man. He was a real bastard. Last I talked to her, though, was at least 13 years ago. I thought maybe she had settled down, had a family, forgotten about me. He said sadly. She never told me about having a kid. Tsukachi finished up the video and handed back the phone to All Might, a serious look on his face. He sighed and closed his eyes, shaking his head. I suppose it's possible that she's yours, but it's too hard to know for sure. I mean, we don't know how old this girl is if the timelines match up. Maybe Faith had been with others too while she was with you as well? All Might glared daggers at Tsukachi while he sipped his coffee. Are you calling her aware? Naomasa waved his hands at the suggestion. No, he laughed nervously and scratched the back of his head. I'm just spinballing ideas, I guess, trying to come up with every likely scenario possible. It's just the cop in me. All Might calmed a bit at the explanation. Taking another drink of coffee, he snorted, I feel like I need a beer right now, wish I could still drink. Tsukachi laughed lowly. I know what you mean, not that you were a big drinker though anyways in your prime. All Might barked out a laugh. Well, I have a reputation to uphold. Tsukachi smirked, but his face grew serious once more at his next statement. If this girl is yours, you know what this could do to your reputation, right? It would change everything. You won't be seen as wholesome and honest as before, rumors will spread. Not to mention what it will do to this girl. Her life will change overnight, she will instantly become a celebrity. The press will blow this entire thing up as completely scandalous dash. Not if they don't know she's All Might's child. All Might said lowly, ensuring no one else would hear him. She can be the child of Toshinori Yagi, and could live a life the way she wants to, without interference from the public. Tsukachi nodded at the statement, seeing where he was coming from as the public didn't know his real name. If you do this, Toshinori-san, there's no turning back. I mean, what if you go there and find out she's not yours? It would have all been a waste. You'll have to do a DNA test to confirm it. I can look into some forensics labs in that area for you. But what if she doesn't want anything to do with you? Or doesn't want to take a DNA test? All Might set his mostly empty coffee mug back on the table determinedly. Then at least Naomasa, I will have an answer. I never planned for a family, much less children, but if she is mine, I can't stand the thought of leaving her alone in this world. I want to at least know if she is mine, and if she is, give her all the opportunities that were afforded to me. I have to do this, not just for me but for the girl too. Tsukachi sighed, sitting back up straight in his chair after being hunched over the table, stretching his back a bit. Then it's settled, I suppose. But remember too, I'm assuming she's in custody of at least some extended family. This may turn into an ugly fight if they don't want to relinquish her to you, if she's yours, that is. I'm not sure if international law looks favorably on foreign fathers trying to take their children overseas. All Might tightened his hand that was resting on the table into a fist at the thought of having this ordeal turn into a legal battle. If that is what happens, then so be it. It's not as if I can't afford the legal fees. But I will only do so if she wants to come with me. Besides, it's not as if I am totally foreign. I am technically a dual citizen of the United States and Japan, since my mother was a Caucasian American and my father was Japanese. I just never grew up in the United States, never knew my mother. Tsukachi nodded and smiled a bit. The sound of harsh buzzing broke their amicable silence, and Tsukachi reached down to his belt to grab his police pager. Looks like I'm being called back into the office. He stood up from the table, sighing. Wait, what I am supposed to do now? Naomasa looked back at All Might and smiled. Guess you'll be buying a plane ticket to Oklahoma to go find your daughter, right, Papa? All Might sputtered a laugh in response. Yeah, guess so. All Might laughed, feeling a bit better after having sorted through his thoughts and emotions on the entire situation. Naomasa pushed the chair back in and looked back at All Might once more. Besides, we'll be in touch while you're out of town. I'm going to look into what paperwork is needed in case everything goes well. He gave All Might a thumbs up with a smile. Watching Naomasa walk away, All Might smiled, feeling a bit more at peace with the situation, now having a game plan. Looking back at his phone, he began scrolling through plane ticket and hotel options, feeling nervous and excited all at once. All Might exited the plane into the airport, stretching his thin body and hearing his bones pop and crack with satisfaction. The flight to California, then the connecting flight to Oklahoma, had been exhausting and excruciatingly long, but he was finally here. It was early in the morning in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, only 4 a.m. He glanced around at the people in the general vicinity, seeing a small group of older men wearing 10-gallon hats and cowboy boots, reminding him how far away home was now. All Might yawned into his hand, feeling jet-lagged. First things first, once I get to the hotel I'm going to take a nice hot bath and a nap. Then after resting a bit I'll drive my rental car to her hometown, see if I can find this girl. How should I reveal myself to her? He felt nervousness flutter inside of him once more. It seemed reading most of the book called Parenting for Total Dummies on his flight over didn't make him feel as prepared for all of this as he had hoped. His phone buzzed with the notification of a text message in his pocket after he turned it back on. Readjusting the strap of his carry-on bag on his shoulder, he secured the small All Might plush he purchased in Japan further into the side pocket of the bag and reached for his phone. Opening it, he saw it was an upbeat message from Izuku, assuring him he would follow his training regiment while he was gone, on business, as All Might had briefly explained to him. All Might smiled as he read the message. Young Midoriya, he thought fondly, I will be back as soon as I can, my boy, already feeling an attachment for the teen even though they had not really known each other that long. All Might felt terribly guilty. He was supposed to be training his successor to accept OFA, but right now he was halfway across the globe on a wild goose chase. Izuku said he understood, but he could see the worry in the boy's eyes, fear that he would abandon him. He had reassured the boy multiple times that he would be back and how proud he was of the progress he had made. He hoped that would be enough to make him feel secure that he indeed would be coming back. However, he took no chances, and responded to Izuku's text quickly with a thumbs up and an All Might smiley face emoji before pocketing his phone again, heading to luggage claims. Minami's eyes snapped open and her breath caught in her throat. Loud banging could be heard on her locked bedroom door, strong enough to make the aged wood frame rattle and splinter a bit. God damn it, girl, you get your butt up and start making my meal. She cursed to herself softly for accidentally sleeping in, and hopped out of bed, responding quickly, Sorry, Grandpa. I'm up. She could hear him grumbling outside her door and the floorboards squeaking in protest as he walked away down the hall, satisfied with her response. Used to getting up early to cook meals and tidy up the home, today her body had different plans and she had slept in till 7 a.m., almost unheard of. She sighed, frustrated with herself. Looks like my chances of sneaking out of the house unseen today are gone. Grabbing a piece of jewelry from a plastic side table she used as her nightstand, she slipped on the intricate gold bracelet that had belonged to her mother and paced to her closet to look at her selection of clothes. She frowned as she looked at her 3 pairs of jeans and several t-shirts, all looking a bit worn. It already was much too warm to wear any of her 3 long-sleeved shirts, being it was May in Oklahoma and school had just finished for the year for summer vacation. Her shorts no longer fit her anymore either from the previous summer. She grimaced at her clothes selection. Looks like it's jeans and a t-shirt again today, she thought to herself, longingly imagining going to the mall that was an hour away to buy some new outfits that fit her slim build. She sighed again, staring at the worn-out clothes, but a sudden shiver shot down her spine at the thought of asking for money from her grandfather for clothes, and quickly banished the thought of going shopping from her head. Maybe Tracy will have some extra clothes that she doesn't want anymore. She thought hopeful to herself when thinking of meeting up with her friend at the ice skating center later in the day. Grabbing one of the 3 pairs of jeans along with a purple top, she quickly dressed. Approaching her bedroom door, she unlocked it and slowly cracked it open to confirm the coast was clear. True to what she suspected, nothing seemed out of place, and she could only faintly hear the TV on down the hall. Opening the door all the way, she quickly went around the corner to the bathroom and shut the door, locking it behind her. Turning on the light, she assessed her appearance. There were dark circles under her eyes from a fretful night of sleep. The cut she received on her forehead several days earlier at the ice rink during the tornado had healed to the point of an angry-looking scab. She gently prodded the remaining bruise from the tornadic encounter on her left cheek, wincing when it stung. It all showed up painfully obvious on her alabaster skin. She frowned at her appearance, but forced down her critical and disapproving thoughts of her physique and quickly got to brushing her hair and washing her face, along with other morning necessities. She took a deep breath and looked at herself once more, feeling her heart hammer in her chest, trying to gather courage for going out into the main part of the tiny home. Okay, you can do this, just go out there, make him scrambled eggs with toast, then just leave. With any luck you can even stay the night at Tracy's. Taking a deep breath in and out, she puffed herself up with forced bravado and walked out of the bathroom and down the hall, turning left into the kitchen. Going straight to the fridge, she didn't acknowledge the man sitting at the small kitchen table, hidden behind the newspaper he was holding up as he skimmed the articles. Cracking 3 eggs into a bowl, she prepped them while placing a pan on the stove. Attempting to turn on the gas stove, the sound of clicking filled the room, but no fire lit. Attempting to light the old stove again, clicking was heard once more throughout the room, but nothing happened. God damn it, stove, come on. She ground out to herself softly, feeling beads of sweat appear on her forehead from nervousness. Suddenly, she felt a crack across the back of her head and stars appeared before her eyes. She gasped out at the sharp and sudden pain. You dumb F dash. Can't even light a goddamn stove. You're useless. Her grandfather had shot up from his chair behind her in sudden fury to sink his fist into the back of her head. He pulled out a lighter from his pocket and held it next to the eye of the stove, lighting the stove in an instant. Pocketing the lighter, he glanced back at the girl who had one hand on the back of her head and the other over her eyes, miming in pain. Minami squealed in terror and held her hands up in front her defensively as her grandfather grabbed the front collar of her shirt, twisting it in his fist, and dragged her so close that his face was only a few inches from hers. She held her breath at the stench of alcohol rolling off of him from a previous night of drinking. Fix my goddamn breakfast, you useless beach. And bring it to me in the living room, he sneered, shoving her roughly into the fridge. Turning, he stormed out of the kitchen and into the living room. Wide-eyed and gasping for breath, Minami gripped the sides of the fridge, trying to ground herself. Looking over to the prepped food on the counter, she slowly shuffled over to the beaten eggs she had just been tending to, her head down, focusing on the task at hand with adrenaline pumping through her body now. Silence filled the kitchen as she cooked the eggs and put 2 pieces of bread into the toaster, except for the sound of her racing heartbeat in her ears. Scraping the finished eggs onto the plate, her hands shook as she spread butter onto the 2 pieces of toast, placing them neatly onto the plate with a fork. Minami paused for a moment, closing her eyes, taking a deep breath. Opening her eyes after steadying herself, she grabbed the plate and walked into the living room. Her eyes fell on her grandfather sitting in his worn sofa chair, staring at the television screen watching the news. She tiptoed to him, and gently set the plate in front of him on the TV dinner table that he always kept nearby for his meals. Turning away to leave, she felt his large hand grip her wrist painfully tight, keeping her there. She hissed out quietly at the pressure he applied. You get the hell out of my house, you hear me, girl? I don't want to see your face till tomorrow morning. I got's business to attend to tonight. He spoke quietly but firmly. His eyes narrowed as he looked at her, daring her to challenge his demand. Her eyes made contact with his, and in an instant, she dropped her gaze to the floor. Yes, sir, she mumbled. At her response, her wrist was released. She quickly turned tail and went straight out the front door, grabbing her shoes with her. Once out the door, she jogged a bit to get as far away from the house as quickly as possible. Once she was about half a mile away, she stopped at a nearby weeping willow tree. She placed her hand on the trunk of the tree and turned back to look at the house in the distance. All around her was mostly flat farmland. At her back a few miles away was town. Her eyes narrowed and she stuck her tongue out at the house. "I hate you." She mumbled angrily at the house and the bitter old man that resided in it, feeling tears prick at her eyes. She rubbed them away vigorously with the back of her hand, sniffling softly. Looking up at the swaying vines of the tree, she felt more tears come to her eyes, a few rolling down her cheeks, thinking of the memory of her grandmother and how they both would take refuge here together, sitting under this tree when her grandfather would have his drunken rages. Minami closed her eyes and remembered her grandmother telling tales of her time growing up in Ireland as a young girl before she immigrated to the US on her own to find more opportunity. She could still hear her sweet voice singing Celtic folk songs to her and teaching her the Gaelic language. Her voice had been so joyful that many had openly questioned if that had been her quirk, but her grandmother never commented on those inquiries. She missed her grandmother's protection, the last time having experienced it at the tender age of 11, when her grandmother suddenly passed away. Now being 14, she felt more alone than ever. Opening her eyes and looking down at her wrist, she noticed a bruise starting to develop, and she curled her hand into a fist. "Miss Nietzsche, have courage," Minami whispered to herself in Gaelic, remembering the phrase her grandmother used to say to her often in difficult times such as this, assuring her of better things to come in the future. Feeling a sudden breeze blow through her straw-colored hair and dry the tears on her cheeks, it was as if she could feel her grandmother's presence around her. Sniffling, she slipped on her worn tennis shoes and turned her back to the house in the distance. She looked toward town and started heading down the hill to make her way to the ice center to meet with her friend. Walking along the dirt road, she could hear birds chirping spring songs, and the sun shined brightly, lifting her mood up a bit. In the distance, two horseback riders on colorful paint horses approached on the dirt road, heading out into the countryside. The two men on horseback nodded their 10-gallon hats to her as they passed her, the horses snorting proudly as they picked up their pace to a trot. She smiled softly and waved back to them, continuing on to town. Arriving to the outskirts of town, she stopped to take in the magnitude of the damage from the tornado. The center of town had been split into two. One side consisted of a large neighborhood that was home to the 1,000 or so people that called Chickasaw their home. The other had the town's family-owned shops, along with a few chain stores like the grocery store, pharmacy, appliances store. It was a very humble-looking town, with the exception of the impressive ice skating center, specifically built to mentor some of the world's most elite figure skaters, and had in fact produced a few world and Olympic champions in the past. The tornado had sideswiped the ice skating center, damaging one of the ice rinks, and had taken out quite a few homes with it. Walking into town, she passed the appliances store, and saw a group of several adults outside looking at the display televisions in the window. Stopping to look at the images on the screens, Minami felt excitement run through her veins and a huge grin spread on her face. Staring back at her were images of All Might on the news in Oklahoma City rescuing people from a fire earlier that morning. All Might. She grinned brightly to herself, staring at the television screens showing him laughing and smiling as he pulled civilians out of the burning building. "He's so close. I never thought he'd be within driving distance. I wish I could meet him. He's so cool." Hearing the clucking of disapproval behind her, her smile dropped and she slowly peeked over her shoulder from where she was facing the display televisions to see the small group of older adults having a heated discussion behind her over All Might's arrival. "We don't need no hero here, all they do is bring trouble with those quirks of theirs," one man commented with his heavy southern accent, with the others nodding in agreement. "We've always prided ourselves on being a town that promotes and focuses on normal folk. Quirks are the work of the devil," another woman screeched. Minami winced at the tone of her voice. Her smile long gone, Minami scuttled off away from the group of adults, taking one last yearning look at the television screens to see her favorite hero once more. As she walked away, she looked down at her hands, feeling the heat rise up in them as she activated her quirk slightly. "Is there really something wrong with me for having a quirk? If so many people have them, they can't all be bad people, right?" Feeling her hands beginning to glow and burn uncomfortably, she pushed her quirk back down, deactivating it, and worriedly glanced over her shoulder to make sure no one had seen her. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and the same group of adults from before were still very much engrossed in their conversation. "I haven't used my quirk in so long," I wish I could be like All Might, saving people with a smile on my face. Walking into the ice skating center, she glanced at the clock on the wall and saw it was 9:45 a.m. Her stomach growled fiercely, demanding food. Minami grumbled, feeling starved from not eating since yesterday morning. Suddenly, the set of doors to the remaining ice rink that hadn't been damaged in the storm opened. She heard another girl's voice that was happy to see her. Minami! A pixie-haired red-headed girl called out to her. Minami glanced up and saw Tracy waving her over. My mom dropped me off about an hour ago. She had to go help my dad at the office today. But she left us lots of snacks and we brought your ice skates and kotso. We can work on our routines. She grinned, holding up the bags of water, granola bars, and trail mix as proof. Hell yes. You guys are the best. Minami smiled in delight and followed Tracy behind the two large doors into the ice rink, ready to put the morning behind her. All Might pulled off the highway in his rental SUV, approaching a dirt road with a weathered sign on the side that read, "Welcome to Chickasaw, the happiest little town on the west side of the Mississippi River." He grunted as he read the sign. I doubt that, he mumbled to himself, beginning to take in firsthand the remaining damage that the tornado had left behind. True to his word, he had been well on his way at about 7:30 in the morning to get to the girl's hometown, but on his way out he saw an apartment complex fire on the outskirts of the city, and couldn't just pass by without helping. His thinned hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. He had lost time, and hoped it wouldn't hurt his chances to locate the little blonde-haired girl. Turning off the highway into the main part of town, it was plain for him to see how the area had suffered tremendously from the storm. Large piles of debris were numerous. Even a few makeshift crosses with ribbons tied to them were sticking out of the earth next to bouquets of flowers and plush dolls, likely where people had lost their lives. Slowing to a snail's pace, he rolled through town slowly, having to take back streets to avoid the blocked areas that still had debris waiting to be cleared. Pulling out his phone, it showed he was only a mile away from the ice rink. Still, this area was so rural he wasn't sure if his Maps app was really that accurate or not. Seeing an older gentleman walking, he decided to ask for some direction, and he rolled down his window. "Excuse me, sir." All Might called out to him with his head out the window. The older man looked up, his eyes raking up and down the shiny new SUV, and the even more out-of-place thin man driving it. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Can you please tell me how to get to the Thompson Center Ice Arena?" The old man mumbled something to All Might, but with his thick drawl All Might couldn't understand a word he said. He furrowed his eyebrows in confusion. "Pardon me, can you repeat that?" The old man spoke up louder this time. "You're headin' the right way, just a bit further down of the way on your left, you can't miss it." He then shuffled off without waiting for a response. Perturbed at the man's reaction, All Might stared back at him, a bit confused as to how to respond. Thank you," he called out to the back of the old man and rolled his window back up, sighing in irritation. Well, that was helpful, he thought sarcastically. He slowly rolled the SUV forward, and eventually could see an imposing building in the distance, sure enough on the left side. He pulled into the parking lot and put the car in park, turning it off. Well, this is as good a place as any to start looking for her. Maybe I'll run into someone who will know who she is and can direct me to where she is right now. Shutting the car door and locking it, he walked into the large building. Even in its damaged condition, it was still an impressive venue. Lining the walls of the lobby were photos of world and Olympic skaters who had originated from this very center. On the right side of the lobby, there was yellow tape blocking entry into a hallway to where he assumed was the damaged part of the building. Looking ahead, he could hear the scraping sounds of skates on ice and voices behind two large doors with windows on them. Looking through the windows, he could see several people on the ice, all young women. Then he saw it. At the far end of the ice rink was a blonde-haired girl gliding on the ice. His heart jumped for a moment at the sight and he walked through the doors without thinking. A blast of cold air hit him unexpectedly as he breached the doors, causing him to start coughing as the frosty air wreaked havoc on his remaining lung. The two brunette girls closest to him on the ice looked at him warily before skating off in the other direction. All Might wiped the bit of blood off of his lips. "Smooth, All Might, I'm sure that drew plenty of unwanted attention to yourself," irritated with himself. Looking up cautiously after quelling his coughing fit, he could see that there were a few people in the high stands of the ice rink, likely parents or coaches watching their kids. He could see the two brunette girls bickering a bit with the blonde and red-haired girl on the other side of the rink, though he couldn't really catch what they were saying. It didn't sound friendly. Eventually, it seemed the two older dark-haired girls evicted the blonde and her friend to his side of the ice rink, evidenced by them gliding over his way with sour expressions on their faces. He held his breath as the blonde girl came closer to him. He could hear their hushed conversation now as they came to lean against the boards of the rink which separated the ice from the public. To his luck, they were only a few feet away now. "Don't worry about them, Minami. You know how bitchy Whitney and Brittany are. Besides, you're the better skater." The pixie-looking girl smirked at her friend. All Might's ears twitched at the name. It was her. He thought, grinning, it has to be. There can't be many blonde-haired Minamis in Oklahoma after all. He couldn't believe his luck. He was positive he would have been looking all day for her at the very least. The blonde snorted at her friend's comment. "I don't know about that, but I still just want to punch them," she scowled, looking back at the two snooty brown-haired girls who were now practicing toe jumps on the other side of the rink. Suddenly the blonde girl looked straight at All Might, who was only a few feet away, making him jump a bit. "I'm so sorry, mister, if those two girls were mean to you. You didn't deserve that." She looked at All Might sympathetically. All Might stared at the girl, being able to get a good look at her now. He found himself staring into the face of Faith, with his hair and his eyes. He gasped to himself at the similarities, hoping he wasn't imaging it. "Mister." Minami smiled genuinely at him, giggling at the goofy grin on All Might's small form. "Are you okay?" All Might grinned widely as he noticed one more thing. She also had his smile. It had been so long since a stranger had genuinely smiled at his true form. She seemed like a kind, lovely girl. "It's no trouble at all, my dear. Besides, it's like your friend said, you're the real star of the show here anyways." He winked at her, then shuffled off towards the stands to take a seat. The blonde-haired girl looked back at him with her mouth agape, a small blush brushing across her cheeks, not realizing he had overheard her conversation with her friend. "Minami, let's finish with your routine. My mom will be here to pick me up soon." Tracy called her over. Finally settling into the stands above them, All Might took a seat, groaning at how uncomfortable the benches were. He rubbed his arms, trying to warm up in the cold air. Looking down, he heard soft, romantic music beginning to play from a boombox, and then the blonde girl took flight, swaying her body to the music as if she were dancing ballet on ice. Suddenly, as the tempo of the music increased, she sped up and jumped into the air, spinning gracefully and landing on one skate. Tracy hooped with delight, watching her friend perform. Gliding in the other direction, the girl lifted into the air once more, spinning gracefully, then skating towards the center of the rink. She zoomed forwards and backwards, showing off her balance and poise. All Might couldn't take his eyes off of her. She was poetry in motion. As the music winded down to the end, she came to a halt, posing herself. "Oh my God! That was so good, girl. You could really go all the way." Minami's friend bounced up and down on her skates in excitement. Minami turned and smiled at Tracy, her cheeks a bit red and her breath coming out in little puffs from the exertion of completing her routine. All Might smiled softly, looking at her expression. Her smile lit up the entire arena. In the beginning, when he learned of her existence, he wasn't entirely sure what to think until now. Now, he knew what he wanted out of all of this. "Please, let her be mine," he thought. The sound of an upbeat ringtone broke him out of his thoughts, and he could see the blonde girl's friend answer it. From the sounds of it, the parents had arrived to pick up the friend. His girl hoped to stay the night at her friend's house, but she wasn't going to be home for the weekend. Minami's face fell at the response. When her friend questioned it, the blonde girl brushed it off and proceeded to skate to the exit of the ice rink, slipping on the blade protectors on her skates to get off the ice with her friend. "Now's my chance," All Might thought as he looked at his watch and saw it was a little after 12 p.m., following them at a distance. Following the two girls outside the ice rink after they had replaced their skates with their tennis shoes, he watched the blonde girl follow her friend outside of the building and hug her goodbye after handing over her pair of skates and coat. He watched the car drive off into the distance until they were out of sight, leaving the blonde girl behind. Feeling his phone buzz, All Might took it out of his cargo breath's pocket and read the text that had come in from Neo Mesa. Got the adoption paperwork ready in case you need it. Let me know if you will need to get her a passport, if it comes to that. Placing his phone back in his pocket, he looked up and saw the little blonde girl was gone. Shit! He cursed to himself, spinning around, looking for any sign of her. Suddenly he heard a scream in the distance of a young girl, and All Might rushed off towards the source of the sound, praying he wasn't too late. Minami sadly watched her best friend drive away in their family station wagon. What do I do now? She thought sadly. She immediately turned and started walking, trying to clear her head, letting herself aimlessly wander until she looked up from her thoughts and found herself on the side of the arena where the tornado hit. This area had been deserted for a few days now, and she could see why. With the sun shining brightly, she could clearly see all the damage and felt a shiver down her spine, having a flashback to what it was like to be here when the tornado hit. Phantom pain waves hit her forehead where her still healing wound was, and she raised her fingers to it to reassure herself it was all in her head. Suddenly, she felt a strong arm grasp her from behind. Terror gripped her instantly, and the first thing she did was scream loudly, panicking. A man appeared in her peripheral vision. Shut her up, a rough voice snapped from behind, and she felt a fist collide with her face. For the second time that day, stars appeared in her vision. You have got to be effing kidding me. Minami snarled to herself, still squinting at the pain she felt, and feeling blood rushing out of her nose. Instinctively, she latched her hands onto her assailant's arm and felt her quirk activate, feeling small beams of energy shoot out from her palms and onto the man's arm. She cried out at the burning sensation in her palms while the man screamed in agony from his flesh being burned, releasing her, not expecting her to have a quirk. As soon as she felt him release, she took off running. Watch it. She has a quirk. Get that freak. We need to see if she has any money on her, then keep moving. Minami heard one of the two men behind her shout. Struggling to open her eyes as she ran, she felt the wind being knocked out of her after taking no more than 10 steps as she was tackled into the ground. Feeling heavy weight tackling her into the gravel, she cried out as she felt her arm and elbow scraping into the concrete. She coughed heavily, trying to catch her breath, and felt herself being flipped over onto her back and her wrists being pinned down on either side of her. Being able to fully open her eyes now, she looked up and saw a greasy-looking middle-aged man hovering over her, grinning. She struggled against him while he laughed at her attempts to escape. We got ya now, you little hellcat. All of us here been on hard times since the storm hit. Just agree to give us what's in your pockets and there won't be any problems. The leery man sneered at her through his southern drawl. Suddenly a booming laugh was heard behind him, and Minami could make out the figure of a mountain of a man in the rays of the sunlight. Smash! A deep voice shouted, and the scream of the other man could be heard as he was flung into the distance by the power of the rescuer's attack. Minami took pleasure in seeing fear flash in the remaining attacker's eyes as a large, masculine hand gripped his shoulder from behind. The face of All Might appeared attached to said hand, only now he wasn't smiling as he took in the sinister scene before him. So, you like picking on little girls, huh? Well, let's see what happens when you fight against a hero, villain. All Might declared as he all but ripped the man off of Minami and flipped him into the air. The coward screamed as he flew through the air into the distance, landing roughly, then getting up and running away. Minami wasn't sure if she was seeing things correctly. She rubbed her eyes and blinked a few times as she looked at the concerned face of All Might who was standing above her now. All Might? She asked tentatively, her heart pounding at the thought that her favorite hero was actually here, right in front of her, forgetting for a moment of her aching arm and nose. As if remembering what it meant to be a hero, All Might's cheerful smile appeared back on his face again and he laughed proudly. Why yes, my dear girl, I am All Might and you are now safe. Here, let me help you sit up. All Might slowly kneeled down and gently helped her to sit up. Minami ummed as she sat up, feeling blood rush out of her head. All Might clucked his tongue at her injuries, and pulled out a wad of clean napkins from his cargo breaths. Gingerly holding her chin with his large fingers, he dabbed away the blood that had dribbled onto the front of her face and neck during the assault. Minami smiled up at the hero, her white straight teeth a sharp contrast to the red blood that covered her lower face. "You're my favorite All Might. I've always wanted to meet you. What are you doing in Oklahoma? Are you here to meet with other heroes? Is there going to be a convention near Dash?" All Might's chuckle at her excited inquiries interrupted her string of questions. She blushed a bit at realizing how much she was talking and snapped her mouth shut. With much of the fresh blood having been wiped away now, all that remained was the bit of dried blood that stuck to her skin. Pulling out a small water bottle from his cargo breed's pocket, All Might unscrewed the cap and dabbed a bit of water onto a napkin, wiping away the rest of the blood from her skin. Minami could only stare at her hero as he was in close range. Piercing blue eyes with shadows were focused on her nose and chin. She could see a few age and smile lines on his face, proof of his long-tenured years as the #1 hero. "There we go now, much better," All Might hummed softly in a fatherly tone as he screwed the cap of the water bottle back on as he finished up, feeling satisfied with his work. His eyes reached hers once more. "Are you hurt anywhere else, my dear?" Suddenly the ache in her arm made itself known again. Not caring about the pain so much, Minami smiled up at her hero and raised her arm slightly, still feeling a bit starstruck. "My arm hurts a bit from where I landed on it, but other than that I'm fine, sir." All Might reached over her and gently took her arm in his hand, examining it. His grip easily encompassed her entire bicep. He squeezed ever so slightly. "Does this hurt?" Minami shook her head. "No, not really, just mainly my elbow." He gently turned her arm to look at her elbow and could see blood oozing out, bits of gravel stuck and small debris in the wound. Without hesitation, All Might grabbed his water bottle and napkins once more while still holding onto her arm. "I'll have to rinse this out a bit, it may sting a little, but I'll be as quick as I can about it." He looked at Minami with sympathy in his eyes. Holding her arm up with one hand, he poured water over the wound. Minami hissed at the hot stinging sensation it produced. All Might's ministrations stopped for a moment, his eyes locking with hers apologetically. He grabbed a few more clean napkins from his pocket and began to wipe out the dirt and gravel from her wound as gently as possible. With her adrenaline dropping, Minami felt the aches and pains beginning to settle in, and couldn't stop the sniffles that started at first, which then turned into whines of pain every time she felt All Might painfully wipe out the dirt and gravel from her wound. Trying to comfort her while he took care of her injuries, All Might gently shushed her as he tried to finish up as quickly as possible. "Shoo, I know. I'm almost finished." Patting her head for a moment before going back to cleaning out the last few bits of gravel. Embarrassed, but not being able to stop the flow of tears now, the floodgates opened and she began openly sobbing at not just the pain coming from her arm and nose, but also from her awful morning, as well as the realization of not having anywhere to sleep that night with her friend being out of town. Finishing up his work, All Might quickly but gently pulled the blonde-haired girl into a firm hug, patting her back as she wept. "It's all right, my dear, don't cry, for I am here." She laughed a bit at hearing his catchphrase, never imagining in a million years she'd be in this predicament. "This isn't how I planned on meeting you." Minami hiccuped into his shoulder, hugging him back fiercely now as fat tears rolled down her cheeks for the second time that day. She could feel his chest rumble with a laugh at her response. "Well, I am glad we have officially met all the same, even if it is not under the best circumstances at the moment." All Might smoothed her loose blonde hair back with his large hand. He felt a large grumble come from her stomach and he pulled back a bit to look at her once more. "Are you hungry? You want to get a hamburger and fries with me?" She grinned. Minami rubbed away the last of her tears and smiled up at All Might, beaming at the thought of having lunch with her favorite hero. "Yes. I'd love to." All Might laughed at her enthusiasm despite still being so upset. Letting her go for a moment, he stood up to his full height and patted her head. "All right then. I know of just the place, it's a few towns over from here, I passed it on my way in." He winked at her and extended his hand. "I can get us there quite quickly, do you trust me?" Minami placed her small hand in his. All Might closed his large fingers around hers, and Minami instantly felt a feeling of safety encompass her as he helped her stand up. "With my life, sir," she nodded to him. All Might smiled at her and lifted her up, jumping into the sky. Minami gasped at the unexpected quick movement, digging her nails into his arms as he held her while bounding around through the air. She glanced around in amazement at how high they were. She could see some paddocks with horses racing through them, and empty fields as far as the eye could see. It was an appealing sight. All Might smiled down at her amazed face, and within a few minutes they landed gently at the front of a small 50s-style American diner with plenty of seating outside and inside. Setting her down on her feet, he placed his hands on his waist and smiled down at her. Minami took a few hesitant steps out, her legs feeling like jelly after the unexpected ride. Feeling a large hand on her lower back, she looked up to see All Might smiling down at her as he guided her to the service counter on the outside of the small restaurant. It appears they had just missed the lunch rush or people just weren't in the mood for a burger that day, as the place was completely deserted at the moment. Approaching the counter, a middle-aged woman greeted them with a smile. Suddenly, her eyes widened at the pro-hero standing behind Minami. "All Might, oh my goodness!" She fanned herself with her hand. "Please, take whatever you'd like. It's on the house." All Might chuckled and smiled at her response, holding up his hand to politely refuse. "I couldn't do that, ma'am. I know you and your fellow co-workers need to make a living. I'll have one big Tex burger with one side of large fries and a water, please." All Might looked down at Minami. "And what will you be having, my girl?" Minami looked back and responded after reading the list of menu items on the board above them. "One cheeseburger, please, with a side of small fries and a Diet Coke." All Might laughed cheerfully at her response. "Good choice," he ruffled her hair. The server nodded, then called back to who looked to be her husband, Dale. "We got an order for one big Tex and one cheeseburger, one large fry, one small fry, and one water with one Diet Coke. Make 'em real fresh." She rung up the order and looked to All Might, twitterpated once more. "That'll be $13.65, Mr. All Might, sir," she responded, chipper. All Might pulled out his worn leather wallet from his pocket and handed her a crisp $20 bill, smiling. "Keep the change, ma'am." She smiled and accepted the $20 bill. "Oh, thank you, Mr. All Might, sir. You're too kind. It shouldn't take more than a few minutes for your food to be ready." She placed the $20 bill in the register and walked back to assist her husband. Standing off to the side, All Might hummed a little tune that Minami wasn't familiar with, tapping his fingers on the lip of the serving window, while they waited for their food to be made. Minami looked up at All Might. Seeing her gaze, All Might returned it amicably while he continued to hum, flashing her a smile with a friendly wink. "I don't think I caught your name. What is your name, my dear?" All Might asked, playing along with small talk to make her feel more comfortable. "Minami, sir," she smiled up at him. "Minami, huh? That's a lovely name." He smiled down at her. Suddenly, a loud automated voice sounded out from All Might's pocket, but Minami couldn't understand what it said. It sounded like All Might's voice speaking in Japanese. All Might blushed, forgetting he hadn't turned off the volume of his email notifications on his phone, which is why it announced, "An email is here," in Japanese. He pulled his phone out and saw Minami's clueless face. That's my phone letting me know I got an email," he explained with a cheesy grin as he pulled his phone out and opened the email. Minami looked at his focused face as he responded to said email with his phone. He tucked his phone back in his pocket just as their food finished up. Perfect timing. All Might clapped his hands together, seeing their food placed in front of them in the serving window. Taking both of their trays, he made sure to choose a high table outside, away from any prying ears as Minami trotted behind him to keep up with his long strides. Setting their trays down, he slid Minami's tray over to her as she climbed up on the high seat. "Enjoy, my dear. Hamburgers are my favorite. I hope you will like yours too." All Might cheerfully exclaimed as he took a bite of his burger. Minami took a large bite of her burger and could practically feel her eyes roll into the back of her head at how delicious it was. She happily hummed, swinging her feet as they dangled in the air, while she munched on her fries and burger and sipped her Diet Coke. All Might chuckled as how cute she looked with her cheeks stuffed to the brim like a chipmunk. She hadn't had much to eat in a while, and soon found herself wolfing down her food, almost choking at how fast she was eating. All Might leaned over and firmly patted her back when she coughed a bit. "Slow down, young Minami. No reason to rush." He laughed while she took a sip of her Diet Coke, blushing a bit at her bad table manners. Taking a napkin, Minami patted the corners of her mouth in a ladylike fashion, her blush still evident on her high cheekbones. "I'm sorry, I haven't had much to eat lately, and the burger is so good that I couldn't stop eating." Minami laughed, rubbing the back of her head in embarrassment. All Might's smile dropped a bit at her response. "You haven't eaten very much? Why is that?" Minami realized her slip, and her smile instantly dropped, and she lowered her gaze to her hands in her lap, which were slightly shaking now from nerves. She didn't like to talk about her home life, and wasn't sure how to proceed in uncharted territory. Hearing the scrape of a metal stool against concrete, she looked up and saw that All Might was no longer directly across from her, but was now beside her as he wrapped a muscled arm around her shoulders, reassuring her. She looked up from her hands and her glance happened to catch his plate. She noticed he had hardly touched his burger and fries, and couldn't understand how such a large man could have such a small appetite. "Why haven't you eaten very much, young Minami?" All Might asked gently once more, redirecting her attention to him. She looked up at him, then dropped her gaze and fiddled with her fingers, feeling nervous. She felt All Might's grip tighten on her shoulder a bit to give her courage. "My grandpa isn't very nice, and well, he doesn't like to have a lot of food in the house. Usually I would eat more when it was during the school year. I was able to get a free breakfast and lunch from school. But now that school is out for the summer." She trailed off, and All Might was able to easily fill in the rest by himself. All Might was silent for a moment, and then spoke again. "Does anyone know what is going on at home?" Minami shook her head negatively, not saying anything. "Does your grandpa do anything else to you that isn't very nice?" All Might asked gently, careful not to overwhelm her with the delicate subject. Minami grew silent, and averted her gaze to the side, nervously chewing on her thumbnail, not sure what else she should say. All Might brushed the hair out of her face comfortingly, and took note of the bruise on her cheek, wondering if it came from her grandfather. "Young Minami, you don't have to be afraid. I promise you that I will help you. In fact, you're the reason why I came all this way." He smiled, and Minami felt relief fill her heart at seeing her favorite hero smile once more. "I am," she responded softly, looking up into All Might's eyes. All Might took the hand that she had been chewing and held it firmly in his own, giving a soft squeeze of reassurance. "That's right. Your mother and I were very good friends." All Might explained, blushing a bit, not sure how far into detail he should actually go, as they were definitely more than just friends. Surprise graced the features of the young girl at his explanation. "Really? You knew my mom?" "Yes, my dear. Your mother was Faith Callahan, correct?" Minami nodded back. All Might took a deep sigh to steady himself for what he was about to say next, as he could begin to feel nerves getting the best of him. "Well, I believe that I may be your father, and I wanted to come out here to meet you, and possibly take a DNA test to see if that is in fact the case." He squeezed her hand as he said this, hoping that she wouldn't have a negative reaction. There was silence for about 5 to 10 seconds as Minami processed what he said. She looked back up at All Might. "You mean, you could be my dad? That is so cool." Minami exclaimed, amazed at the prospect and excited once more, forgetting about the tense conversation they had just been having regarding her home situation. All Might breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that she had a good reaction. He had no idea what to expect from her. Now the rest should be easier to accomplish. He could hear heavy tires on gravel around the corner from where they were sitting. Looking up, he saw a van with the lab logo on the side that Nao Mesa had described to him, pulling into the gravel parking lot. The lab representative was right on time to the diner he had directed him to in the email. Looking back down at the girl, he grinned at the excitement he saw in her eyes. "Yes, my dear, that's right, and in fact the lab technician has arrived to take a small sample to determine if that is in fact the case." All Might stood up from his stool and took a few steps away from the table to greet the lab technician who was approaching him with his lab kit, shaking his hand amicably. Turning back to look at Minami, All Might waved her over to him. Minami felt a pit form in her stomach. She hated anything to do with doctors and procedures, having an intense fear of needles. Looking down at her feet, she hopped down from her stool and shuffled over to them, hesitant to make eye contact with the technician. She walked up just behind All Might, and without thinking took a fistful of the back of his blue t-shirt he was wearing, as her nerves began to get the best of her. "Minami, this is Mr. Stewart. He's going to take a saliva sample from both of us today to determine if we're related." All Might grinned down at her and set his hand on her shoulder, sensing her anxiety as she stood slightly behind him, nervous of the new stranger that had appeared. The technician pulled out 2 large swabs with sterile bags after slipping on RBB gloves. He handed one swab to All Might, who used it to swipe the inside of his cheek for 30 seconds, then handed it back to the technician, who placed it in the sterile plastic bag and into the kit. He looked at Minami with the second swab and tried to hand it to her. She just stared back at him nervously, then tentatively took the swab, looking up at All Might for reassurance. She could feel All Might squeeze her shoulder as he smiled down at her. "It's all right, Minami, they only need a saliva sample and that's it. You don't have to give them one if you don't want to." After standing there looking at the swab for about 10 seconds, Minami made a decision. Carefully holding the stick part of the swab, she rubbed the cotton head against the inside of her cheek for 30 seconds as they were instructed, then handed it back to the technician, who placed it in a sterile bag. All Might patted her back and grinned down at her, giving her a thumbs up. "Good. My girl, I'm glad you decided to do it," he smiled, and she couldn't help but smile back. Looking back at the technician, All Might's face grew serious once more. "Please remember, to keep this confidential, it is extremely important that the public does not learn of this, for the sake of the girl." All Might spoke in a hushed tone with a stern look on his face to get the point across. The lab technician nodded and responded, "You have my word, no one will know of this. Our files only show the name you reported and nothing more. We'll be giving you a call by tonight with the expedited results." All Might nodded to him as the man in the white lab coat turned and walked back to his car, pulling out of the driveway of the diner. All Might looked back down at the girl, suddenly kneeling down in front of her, placing both of his hands on her shoulders, having a hunch that she was all alone that day. "Do you need a place to stay while we wait for the test results to come back?" Minami nodded her head to All Might, still feeling overwhelmed at all the news presented to her. All Might smiled reassuringly to the girl and patted her head. "Okay, how about we go back to my hotel room, we'll get you a fresh pair of clothes and you can relax a bit until we get the results back. Sound good?" he responded, taking a look at her now blood-stained shirt and ripped jeans from the earlier encounter. Minami suddenly found her voice again and smiled back at All Might, never imagining that this is how her day would have gone, hanging out with All Might. "That sounds great. As long as I won't be bothering you, sir," she responded with a soft smile. All Might chuckled at her response and ruffled her hair. "You'd never bother me, it'd be my pleasure to spend the rest of my day with one of my fans," he grinned, while thinking in the back of his mind the last issue he needed to present to her. How should I reveal my true form to her? I know I don't have too much time left in my muscle form for the day. I'll have to deal with it once we get back to the car and just hope she doesn't scream when she sees me. Lifting the girl up bridal style, he jumped into the air and shouted cheerfully to her, "Off we go." Minami giggled as she felt the breeze flow through her hair, forgetting about her worries once more through All Might's charismatic personality. Landing in front of the rental SUV, All Might gently set Minami down on her feet and fished around his pockets for his car keys. After locating the keys, he looked down at Minami, who was staring up at him with an awestruck look on her face, still fascinated with him. Seeing her young face stare up at him, he smiled and patted her head. Mentally, he began to count to himself how much time he had left in his muscle form, and after performing the mental math, he was positive he would not be able to stay in his muscle form for the entirety of the car ride back to the hotel. He cleared his throat, thinking of a way to explain this to her. "Young Minami, there's something else I need to tell you." Capturing her attention once more, Minami's blue eyes were again fixated on All Might. He glanced around and saw no one. However, he wanted to take no chances. "Let's talk about this in the car," He ushered her into the passenger door, making sure she was buckled in before closing the door and rounding the car, getting into the driver's seat. The car shifted as over 500 pounds of muscle climbed in. Shutting the door, he turned and looked at her, and saw worry in her eyes. I didn't do anything wrong, did I, All Might? I'm sorry. Young Minami, my girl, you have done nothing wrong, I apologize for worrying you. This has nothing to do with you, but with me. She looked at All Might, confused at that statement. All Might sighed, not looking forward to the story he needed to tell. He decided to start from the beginning. You see, I was in a bad fight several years ago. A very bad fight. I suffered a horrible injury. An injury so severe that it affected my hero work. With hard work and some luck, I was able to prevent news of this fight from leaking to the press, and I was able to focus on healing and getting back into hero work. He lifted his shirt slightly to her to show her his old wound. Minami gasped at the angry red-looking scar that took up almost the entirety of his right side. Because of this fight, I lost one of my lungs and my stomach. I can only use my quirk for about 3 hours a day right now, 3.5 hours if I really push it. The rest of the time, I look very different from what I look like in the public spotlight. Taking a deep breath, All Might let his muscle form drop, and with a puff of steam, he phased into his smaller, thinner form. The car bounced once more as over 300 pounds dropped away from his frame in an instant. As the steam cleared, Minami gasped again and covered her mouth with her hands, shocked at the difference. Usually, I look like this. I have been maimed and permanently weakened by this injury. Very few people know about my true form, as I have worked hard to keep it a secret. But if we're going to be together today for an extended PRD of time, you will need to be a keeper of this secret as well. Tashinori shifted his eyes away from the shocked girl, feeling disgusted with himself and bitter disappointment build up inside of him. I knew it, he thought as he glanced up at the shocked girl again, then stared back downwards. But I can't be surprised, people don't want Tashinori Yagi, they want All Might. I can't expect her to accept me like this. I'm so pathetic looking in this form. Suddenly, he felt a small, tentative hand lay over his large hand, halting his negative thoughts about himself. Looking up, he saw the smiling face of Minami, with a few unshed sympathetic tears in her eyes. You're still All Might. No matter what has happened to you, you're amazing. You have done so much for the world, you've sacrificed so much for all of us. You'll always be my #1 hero, no matter how you look. What kind of fan would I be if I judged you by the way you looked? Yagi felt a lump build in his throat at the wise words the girl spoke. He felt overwhelmed from the unconditional adoration that poured out to him from this girl who barely knew him. This girl, who clearly did not have an easy life, was still able to accept a disfigured stranger, All Might or not. He was so used to the gawking stares and hushed whispers whenever he went out into public that he never thought he would experience complete acceptance from anyone who hadn't known him before the accident. Except, young Midoriya accepted me too, though even he had been a bit wary at first, not like this girl in front of me. He thought to himself. Tashinori felt his eyes glaze over from unshed tears, wondering what deity had granted him such luck as to potentially be a father to this sweet girl. She giggled at his open-mouthed expression, and her smile spread further on her round, young face, reminiscent of his smile back in his younger days. Noticing the unshed tears in his eyes, she leaned forward in her seat to wrap her arms around his thin neck, her cheek pressed against his, and she held him tight. Don't cry, All Might, I promise your secret is safe with me. Tashinori automatically wrapped his thin arms around the girl, still a bit shocked and overwhelmed at the level of acceptance he had not been expecting in the slightest. He had been waiting for, at best, an awkward car ride back to the hotel with a very suspicious and nervous girl that he would have to work to win over, to prove he wasn't the skeletal monster that he thought he looked on the outside. What's wrong with me? I should be comforting this little girl who has clearly been through hell and back, not the other way around. Snap out of it, Yagi, and be a man. He shouted at himself mentally. Immediately, he blinked his tears back into his eyes and cleared his throat, pulling away from the hug. He placed his hands on her shoulders and looked at her, forcing a smile to his face. My girl, thank you, You are too kind to this old man. I'm glad that my true form doesn't offend you. She smiled back up at Toshinori once more. You're not an old man, All Might. You're the #1 hero. You're my hero. Yagi barked a laugh at her response and ruffled her hair before sitting back in his seat and putting the car keys in the ignition, starting the SUV up. That's cute, kid, but thanks for the compliment. He looked at her, grinning, as he began to pull out onto the town's main road, waiting for the other cars to clear. Since you have 2 identities, what should I call you when you look like this? She thought out loud, taping her bottom lip deep in thought. My real name is Toshinori Yagi. Another secret you must keep, as the general public doesn't know what All Might's real name is, he explained as they slowly drove through town. Her eyes lit up at his response. Wow. Another secret? I promise, sir. I swear it. I won't say a word to anyone. Minami crossed her right hand over her heart in allegiance. Toshinori smiled softly, looking over at her, then looked back to the road. That's good, my girl, I'm glad to hear it. Man, she really is a big fan, just like young Midoriya, he thought to himself, feeling a bit humbled. Driving slowly through town, both grew quiet, looking at the damaged buildings and debris. All Might glanced over to the girl, wondering what was going through her head. Suddenly, she spoke softly. It's bad, isn't it? She spoke with a serious look on her face. With a grim look himself, Toshinori nodded back. Yes, I wasn't expecting this level of destruction. He responded. I was there when it happened at the ice rink. Her fingers twisted the bottom of her shirt a bit as she spoke, her body tensing up as she remembered the tornado. I never heard anything like it when it came through. It sounded like a monster. It roared as it moved over us. Her eyes were unblinking now as she quietly retold what happened, looking at the small memoriam crosses with ribbons blowing in the breeze outside their car as they sat at a red light. Everyone was screaming around me. I didn't know what to do, so I just jumped on top of one of the younger girls to try to hold her down so she wasn't blown away. I saw another girl next to me lifted up into the tornado when it passed over us, before chunks of wall fell on us. I was able to use my quirk a bit so we weren't crushed. But that girl that was Esiki up, I didn't know her name, but I don't think I'll ever forget her face now. They never found her. Minami trailed off as she remembered the girl's frightened face. Toshinori shuddered at the thought of how close she had been to also being picked up by the storm, the thought of her untimely death making him feel nauseated. He glanced over to look at her. She had a haunted look in her eyes as she stared straight ahead, still gripping her shirt tightly. Lifting his right hand off the steering wheel, he gently pried loose her left hand from the bottom of her shirt, which had begun to turn a purplish red from how hard she had twisted up the fabric. Blinking a few times, she snapped herself out of it and looked up at Yagi. You, little Minami, have the heart of a hero. You put other people's needs above your own in a very dangerous situation, without even thinking twice. Still at the red light, he laid his other hand on top of her hand, patting it. Most people would not have had the courage to do what you did. As the light turned green, he released her hand to continue driving to the interstate. I'm a hero? She said, surprised. She looked down, unsure of herself. This town hates heroes, I don't understand why, so being called a hero was always a bad thing here. Because of it, I've always had to hide my quirk. But I can't use my quirk very well, it really hurts. She paused a bit, seeming disappointed, but I've always secretly wanted to be a hero. Like you. Toshinori looked a bit confused at her response. I had been meaning to ask you about your quirk, if you had one. It hurts you? How is that? Yagi asked as he merged onto the freeway to go north back to Oklahoma City. Turning her palms up, she showed him the mild burns that irritated the skin, grimacing. I don't use my quirk, so I'm not sure what it is really or how it works, but I just know that I can make light beams from my hands, she explained, wiggling her fingers as she stared at her 2 palms. It would be cooler if I didn't burn myself every time I used it. Toshinori nodded at her explanation, as he started mentally ticking off a checklist of what her quirk could be, comparing it to her mother's. He vaguely remembered seeing burn marks on one of the attacker's arms earlier too, which would make sense being that her quirk appeared to be more offensive than defensive. Well, don't be too upset with that side effect. Many heroes have trouble mastering their quirk at first. He encouraged. Besides, to be a good hero, one of the traits is to be observant of your surroundings, right? Like during lunch, you barely touched your food, which makes sense because you said you don't have a stomach anymore, right? How do you live without a stomach? She rambled on without hesitation, truly speaking whatever was coming to mind. Toshinori raised one eyebrow looking at her, then chuckled, shaking his head in amazement. You're very perceptive, aren't you? That's definitely a good hero trait. As for the stomach question, he paused, beginning to look a bit uncomfortable. I had what was called a gastrectomy, since what was left of my stomach after the fight couldn't be saved. Toshinori ended his explanation abruptly in a tense tone, raising a polite social wall to prevent any more questions about his old injury. Minami flushed a bit at her social blunder, and swallowed, not really understanding what she did wrong, and decided to drop the subject. Noticing her discomfort, Yagi changed the topic. Though you know what else you're good at? Ice skating. He winked at her. Minami's eyes lit up as the dots connected in her mind and she remembered him. It's you, she pointed at him. You're the man at the ice rink. Her jaw dropped as if she had just uncovered some great secret. He snorted at her, just realizing that now, all right, maybe not quite as perceptive about everything just yet, he thought humorously, but still, lots of potential. She's only a little kid after all. With some fine-tuning, his thoughts were interrupted by her excited chatter. You saw me skating my routine. I've been working on it for a long time with my coach, but I'm not really sure if my axle jumps are as clean as they should be, but at least my loop jumps are dash. Whoa, kid, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm no ice skating expert, so you're going to have to slow down a bit. Toshinori laughed at how fast she was talking. Minami rubbed the back of her head, a bit bashful. When my grandma was alive, she always told me how I could get out of Chickasaw if I worked hard at something. So because of our big ice skating center, I focused on ice skating, and hoped that maybe one day I could go to the Olympics or the World Championships, but I never really thought about doing other things instead. Toshinori smiled cheerfully hearing about her ambitions. My girl, what do you want to be when you grow up? An ice skater, or a hero? Minami sat there and thought of all the times she secretly watched hero reports on TV, and when she read about hero interviews on her friend's phone, looking at all the happy pictures. Oh, how she wished she could switch places with those heroes and help people then. Now, she was potentially being given that chance, and by the #1 hero. She couldn't resist the opportunity. I've always loved hearing about heroes, she whispered hopeful, remembering the feeling she got whenever she helped anyone, even with small gestures. It'd also be pretty badass to be able to use my powers better. Hero it is, she grinned and pumped her fist into the air. Yagi sputtered a laugh. Language, young lady. You're too young to be talking like that. And I can help you with your dream, my dear, if you'd really like to become a hero. He replied wholeheartedly, enjoying the look of happiness encompassing her young face. I wonder if this is the most she's smiled in weeks. I know she probably hasn't had much to smile about throughout her life. Toshinori thought to himself, sadly. I can always be an ice skating hero. Minami grinned at him. The image of a buff hero in a little tutu outfit on delicate skates came to Yagi's mind, and his hearty laughter filled the car, until a few spurts of blood came out of his mouth. He hastily grabbed the last of his napkins from his pocket and began wiping his mouth. Minami started sputtering in panic. Oh my god. Are you okay? I'm so sorry. Toshinori interrupted her once more in between his coughing, annoyed with himself for interrupting a nice moment they had been having together. It's nothing, young Minami, it's a side effect from my old injury, I assure you I'm fine. Oh, the injury. Minami ducked her head at the forbidden topic and quietly started chewing her thumbnail as to not irritate the hero sitting next to her with any more questions. Toshinori mentally cursed at himself for his short response earlier, having clearly upset her. Leaning over and patting her knee in a fatherly manner while keeping one hand on the steering wheel, Yagi smiled at the girl affectionately. It's quite all right, my girl, I promise. Feeling a bit more relaxed, Minami stopped her chewing and smiled back softly. Feeling her body relax, she yawned widely as she covered her mouth with the back of her hand. Tashinori noticed the dark circles under her eyes as she yawned into her hand discreetly. Poor thing, looks like she hasn't slept well in a while. With a full stomach and some fresh clothes, maybe I can convince her to take a nap when we get back to the hotel. Minami leaned her head on her hand against the passenger door, feeling her eyes fluttering as she fought sleep. Or maybe she'll nap a bit now until we get to the store. Yagi thought, amused that the girl was fighting sleep. Stubborn just like her mother. Yagi quickly pressed the lock button on his door, double-checking that all the doors were actually locked, not wanting to think about her flying out the door if she leaned on it just right. Rest, young Minami, I'll wake you up once we get to the store. Tashinori assured the tired girl next to him. She sighed softly in response to the sound of his voice, her eyes finally closed as she leaned on her right hand. I'll just rest my eyes for a few minutes, I didn't sleep that well last night. She trailed off. Thank you, Tashinori. Thank you. Thank you. Minami bounced energetically next to the hero as they walked out of the clothing store near the hotel. The girl hugged Tashinori tightly, so thrilled to have new clothes. Yagi grunted with the force of her hug, not expecting it, but laughed and returned her hug with his thin arms. You are more than welcome. Now let's get back to the hotel room to relax a bit. He opened the passenger door for her as she climbed in. Buckling her into the seat, he firmly shut the door and got into his own seat, pulling out of the parking lot to get to the hotel that was nearby. Initially going into the store, Tashinori had to actively encourage her to walk away from the 70% clearance rack and steered her to the nicer-looking clothes. Tentatively taking the clothes, she would look back to him for reassurance, worried about the price. Her nervousness only made him want to buy the clothes even more, it being clear she never had nice, new clothes. As they walked through the store, he also saw some holes on the soles of her tennis shoes peeking out. He all but dragged her to the shoe department after that, and had to nearly force her to pick out a pair of brand new shoes. After picking a pair of bright aqua blue athletic shoes, she peeked at the tag on the display shoe and hissed in shock at the price, not expecting it to be that much for a pair of Nikes. Tashinori had rolled his eyes good-naturedly at her reaction. Again, money is not an issue, young Minami. I've been working a long time and make good pay doing what I do, he winked. She looked back to him, feeling guilty. Yeah, but I didn't earn any of this. I don't want to make you feel like you have to spend all this money on me, it's not fair to you. She replied, still not completely convinced. My dear, even with all my donations to charity, I still have quite a bit of money left over and I've got no one to spend it on. So grant this old man some happiness and let me spoil one of my fans a bit. He grinned at her, hoping that would finally be enough to convince her to enjoy herself a bit. She giggled at his response. You're not an old man. But if you're sure it's okay, well? She crouched down eagerly and looked at the stack of boxes, looking for her size. Sliding out a box labeled 8.5 women, Toshi felt surprised at her shoe size. The girl couldn't have been more than 5 feet 2 inches, she was like a puppy who still needed to grow into its oversized paws. Though looking down at his own large feet at the time, he wondered if maybe that could be another trait she inherited from him, if she was his. He was broken out of his thoughts by the excited girl next him. They're so pretty, she exclaimed, wiggling her feet with her new Nikes. She had immediately thrown out her old shoes in place for her new ones. Tashinori felt warmth fill his heart seeing her happy. Slowing the SUV down, he pulled into the parking lot of the Skirvin Hilton. Minami pressed her cheek against the window as she took in the grand-looking building, clearly impressed with the outside of it. Parking the car and locking it, both walked into the lobby of the hotel, heading toward the elevators. Whoa! Minami quietly commented, staring up at the ceiling as she walked slowly through. The chandeliers glittered as they hung from the ceiling, and soft piano music drifted from the lobby somewhere. Yagi laughed at her expression. Having seen many extravagant hotels in his time as a hero, he forgot what it must look like to a pair of young eyes. Gently taking her hand, he guided her to the elevators. Arriving to the suite after leaving the elevator, Minami stopped to take in the room. The studio hotel room had a living space with a large TV and coffee table in the corner. Straight ahead there were 2 full-size beds. On the left was the door to the bathroom and a small kitchenette area. It wasn't fancy like the hotel lobby, but then again, All Might didn't seem like the kind of person to her to prefer extravagance. This is way better than my house anyways, like a million times better, Minami thought to herself. Neatly setting down her bags full of jeans, tops, and other assorted clothes, she slipped off her shoes and followed Toshinori into the room. After shutting the door, Yagi turned around and spread his arms in a welcoming manner, smiling. Please, make yourself comfortable, little Minami. He grinned at her in such a cheerful way that she couldn't help but smile back at him. Looking down at herself, she could see her arms were covered in a light coating of dirt from her earlier attack. She felt grimy and wanted to change that immediately. This may sound weird, but, well, at my house we don't have hot water, and it's awful taking cold showers, and well, it'd be nice to take a hot shower. Is that okay? Her face turned a bright red and she looked down at her socks, mortified to admit all of this out loud. I hope I don't stink. All Might must think I'm disgusting, she thought to herself, a bit paranoid. Not receiving even a bit of judgment, Yagi clapped his hand on her shoulder and gave her a thumbs up. Of course, my girl. Do you need any shampoo or soap? I believe there should be some sample sizes that the hotel provided for you to use. He walked over to the bathroom and opened the door. Flicking on the light inside, he grabbed a fresh and used towel for her to use. Taking one of her new pairs of jeans and a t-shirt, she followed Toshinori inside the bathroom and looked at how spacious it was. There were 2 separate sinks with a large vanity mirror next to a toilet. There was also a large bathtub with what looked like jets. In the corner there was a shower with pretty little green tiling on the walls and floor. She glanced at the nearest sink and saw a comb with some blonde strands caught in it, next to a toothbrush and toothpaste. This is still so unreal. That's All Might's toothbrush and comb. Sometimes it's easy to forget he's a regular person too. I wonder how much pervy people would pay for them if someone put them on eBay? People are so weird. Minami's internal musings were interrupted by Yagi handing her a Bath and Body Works hotel sample size of shampoo and conditioner, along with a tiny unused bar of soap provided as a courtesy by the hotel. Looking at his watch, he saw it was 6 p.m., and it was getting close to dinner time. How about I grab us a light dinner and bring it back here while you shower? Do you want some soup and salad? I'll go and pick some up for us. Her stomach growled in response to his question, and Toshinori laughed. Well, that answers my question. A growing girl needs her food. He grinned, patting her head before turning around to leave the bathroom. Wait, All Might. He turned back around to regard the girl calling him. I just wanted to say, thank you really, for everything. You didn't have to do everything you've done, but you've gone above and beyond for me. No one has really done that for me. She could feel her throat tighten with the emotion rising in it, so she focused on gripping her shampoo and conditioner bottles to try to rein herself in. Come on. Don't be some stupid crybaby. She mentally berated herself as she took a deep breath to calm herself. You really do go plus ultra in everything you do, don't you? She grinned back at him with tears in her eyes. All Might smiled and walked closer to her until he was crouched in front of her. Pulling her into a hug while she still held her fresh clothes and shampoo, he tucked her head under his chin. Oh kiddo, you deserve so much better than what you've been dealt in life. I promise, no matter the DNA test results, that you won't be pushed aside anymore. I'll help you chase your dream of being a hero for as long as it takes. How's that sound? Even if she doesn't end up being mine, it's the least I can do for Faith, to watch over her child. Toshinori thought to himself as he held the girl he was quickly growing attached to in such a short period of time. Minami just laughed and sniffled, nodding her head in agreement, too overwhelmed with emotion to trust herself to say anything right now. The television hummed softly at a lowered volume with a reality TV show. After dinner, Minami had sat on the couch with Toshinori to watch some TV, but promptly dozed off once more. Feeling her full weight push against him as she struggled to lay down, Toshinori had moved to the chair adjacent to the couch to allow her to stretch her limbs after covering her with a blanket. Now nearly an hour had passed. He sat with his phone glued to his palm, expecting a phone call soon from the lab to confirm the results he anxiously awaited. Suddenly, his phone went off while he had been staring at the TV at a particularly good part of the episode, startling him a bit. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. Shit. He cursed to himself quietly, forgetting to turn his phone to vibrate as he glanced up at Minami, who was still snoozing on the couch. Looking at his phone, he could see Naomasa calling through. Answering the call, he quickly switched to Japanese. Moshi Moshi. Any word from the lab yet about the results? Naomasa asked, jumping straight to the point of the call. Not yet, though they should be calling soon. I only answered because it was you. Else, I wouldn't have wanted to risk waking her up. Toshi whispered to his friend. Silence filled the other end of the phone for a few seconds as Naomasa processed what he heard. What do you mean wake her? Yagi, did you bring her back to the hotel with you? Naomasa's voice increased in volume as he realized what had happened. Are you insane? You don't know this girl and she's still a minor. You don't have proper custody of her. This could be seen as kidnapping or worse. Naomasa was interrupted by Yagi. She has no one, Naomasa. As far as I can tell, she lives with her grandfather who beats and mistreats her. She was a mess when I found her. I couldn't just leave her there alone after getting the DNA sample. It wouldn't have been right. What if something had happened to her? Toshinori countered, slightly irritated with Naomasa's reaction. Well, you should have. We have to follow proper protocol with this sort of thing, Toshinori-san. Do you even realize how serious this is? We can't let anyone find out about this. Besides, what if she isn't your daughter? Are you just going to take her back where you found her like some stray cat and leave her there? That will be even worse than if you had just left her until you got the results. The phone call was silent for several seconds, until Naomasa's sigh broke through, his voice a bit calmer now. Look, I know you're trying to do the right thing, but you can't save everyone, Yagi. For now, just dash. I want to adopt her, Naomasa, whether she's my daughter or not. Toshinori's voice came through the phone clear as a bell, stern and final sounding. Naomasa knew he had already lost this argument. You want to adopt her? Naomasa asked, stunned at his response. Yes, whether she is mine by blood or not, she is the daughter of Faith. I want to take care of her, raise her. She has so much potential. I won't leave her in this tiny closed-minded town to let her dreams rot away. Toshinori countered. God damn it, Toshi, don't make this about recruiting more heroes. Just because she may have a good quirk doesn't mean she'd make a good hero. Naomasa snapped, irritated once more. It's not about her quirk or turning her into a hero. She's a kind-hearted girl that deserves better. I want to take her back with me to Japan to raise her as my own, and that's final. I just have to get her grandfather to relinquish his custody to me, then we can proceed with the plan. A loud beeping noise interrupted their conversation and Toshi pulled his phone away a bit to look at the incoming call. It was an unidentified number with an Oklahoma area code. Naomasa-san, I need to go, it's the lab calling me. Please prepare the adoption paperwork and email it to me immediately. I will text you with the results. Hanging up abruptly on his friend, he switched over to the incoming phone call, flip-flopping back to English. Hello, this is Toshinori Yagi. Mr. Yagi? This is Dr. Bethany Smith from Sooner Laboratories Limited. Do you have a few minutes to discuss the results of your testing? Of course, Toshinori agreed eagerly. Wonderful. First, may I please confirm your identity by confirming your date of birth on file? Huffing in irritation and just wanting to know the results, Yagi responded, yes, June 10th, 2XXX. Excellent, Mr. Yagi. Thank you for your cooperation. After reviewing the results, we can say with 99% accuracy that you are indeed the father of the sample we analyzed. Toshinori was stunned into silence for a moment as those words hit him like a ton of bricks. Then he felt excitement like none other fill his entire being, and a huge smile spread across his thin face. You mean? Hearing her client's obvious joy on the other end of the phone, the doctor responded with more layman's terms, yes, sir, I mean that test subject. Pages were heard flipping as she went back to reference the other test sample's name. Minami Callahan is with 99.9% accuracy your daughter. Goodness. That's wonderful news. Can you please send the paperwork confirming the test results to my email address as well? Of course, sir, I'll send them right away. Y'all have a lovely night now. A click was heard from the other end of the phone as the phone call disconnected. Texting Naomasa the news, then then setting his phone on the coffee table in front of the chair he was sitting in, Toshinori folded his hands together as he felt his entire body vibrating. All Might? A sleepy voice questioned. His head swiveled and saw the drowsy face of Minami staring at him questioningly. All Might couldn't hold back his excitement then and jumped up, transforming into his muscle form. Reaching over, he snatched her up into a bear hug and twirled her around the living space of the hotel room, the sound of his jolly laughter filling the room. Minami squealed at the unexpected contact and laughed as she clung to him for dear life. Finally stopping his twirling, he held Minami by her waist in the air, still smiling up at her. "What is it, All Might? Why are you so happy?" Minami giggled. All Might only smiled wider in response to her question and pulled her close once more in a tight hug that left her feet dangling in the air. "You, my dear girl, are officially my daughter." Minami felt his chest vibrate as in her current position she couldn't really see his face. Still sensing her confusion, All Might loosened his grip enough to let her slide to the floor. Kneeling on the floor, All Might placed both of his hands on Minami's shoulders. "I just received the phone call from the lab. They confirmed we're related. You're my daughter." Those words shocked Minami into silence for a few moments, until they really sunk in. "It's true then? I'm All Might's daughter? It's really true?" Minami thought to herself. "You're my dad?" Minami asked tentatively with a hopeful smile as she looked up at All Might. All Might felt warmth flood his heart at the word dad, and felt his grip tighten a bit on her shoulders as he swallowed a lump in his throat. "That's right, little Minami, I'm your papa." He smiled back at her. There was a beat or two of silence in the room, with the only noise in the background being the TV. Then Minami moved swiftly, lunging herself at All Might in a hug, wrapping her arms around him and pressing her face into the crook of his neck. "You're my dad. You're my dad," she kept repeating in between laughing and her sense of disbelief, gripping All Might for dear life, scared she might blink and wake up back at her grandfather's house in her bed. All Might laughed happily and hugged her back. Minami forced herself to breathe in and out, trying to calm her racing heart. She could faintly smell All Might's cologne, and coupled with his high body temperature, both were a reassuring presence that this was indeed real and not a dream. Pulling back slightly, All Might ran his hands down the back of her head. He stared deeply, getting a good look at her. She had pouty lips with a small nose and large feminine eyes. She truly was a pretty child, like a rose yet to fully bloom. "You look so much like your mother, but you definitely have my eyes and hair," he grinned. Minami smiled back up at him again and jumped forward to hug him once more, wrapping her arms around his thick neck, squeezing as hard as she could. All Might laughed and enfolded his arms back around her once more. Snuggling into his embrace, Minami replied, "I'm so glad you're my dad." Poor girl, she seems so starved for affection and love. "That's all right, I'll give her as much love and attention as she wants. She'll want for nothing." All Might thought to himself sympathetically. His eyebrows shot upward as he realized he forgot something very important. "Oh, I almost forgot." Standing back up, Minami released her hold on All Might. He walked over to his bed where his duffel bag sat and he looked up at her smiling. "I brought a surprise for you. Close your eyes." Smiling, Minami closed her eyes. She could hear All Might's heavy footsteps grow closer until they abruptly stopped right in front of her. Opening her eyes, Minami came face to face with a happy-looking All Might plush. "He's so cute." Minami cried and hugged the plush to her chest. All Might smiled at her approval. "Now my girl, we have one thing left to do before you can return to Japan with me, that is, you would like to come back with me to live in Japan, right?" All Might asked. "Sheet, I probably shouldn't have assumed she'd want to come back with me without asking first." He thought, distressed at the thought that she may say no. However, it became clear it was no problem as Minami eagerly nodded her head, agreeing to move to Japan. All Might smiled once more. "Excellent, my girl. I know you will love it there." All Might ruffled her hair. "However, we will need to have your grandfather relinquish his custody of you to me first." Minami's smile fell at that statement. "Can't I just go back with you? I don't want to go back there," she asked with big worried eyes. "I wish it were that simple, my dear. But as a minor, you must be in someone's legal custody until you are 18, and that person at the moment would be your grandfather. How old are you right now? All Might. I'm 14, but I'll be 15 on August 16th. Minami emphasized. All Might grinned. Well, that means we'll just have to go back to your grandfather's house with the proper paperwork and convince him to sign it, tonight. He winked at her, trying to be upbeat for her sake. Minami whined and gripped her All Might plush tighter for support, tears coming to her eyes. He won't agree to it, then I'll have to stay here. Her bottom lip quivered as she began to get upset. I don't want to stay here. I want to go with you. Her voice crackled with emotion as she buried her face in the All Might plush. Feeling the beginnings of a meltdown commencing, All Might kneeled before her and tucked her into a warm embrace, stroking the blonde hair that fell to the middle of her shoulder blades. Minami, look at me. The young girl pulled her face away from the plushie reluctantly. She was met with shadowed blue eyes. I promise you that I'm not leaving here without you, and that your grandfather will never lay another hand on you again. Do you believe me, my girl? Hiccuping, Minami nodded at All Might. Cupping her face with his hands, he used his thumbs to wipe away the tears streaming down her face. All Might smiled softly at her. Do you know what my mother told me when I was afraid or worried? She said the people in this world who can smile are always the strongest. Do you think you can smile for me and continue to be brave, my dear girl? Yes, sir. Minami sniffled reluctantly. It's going to be okay, young Minami, for I am here. I've got you now, and I'm not going to let anything bad happen to you. Now, let's go get the custody paperwork signed so we can go home. Giving her one last squeeze, All Might stood up and let his muscle form drop to Toshinori Yagi once more. Grinning down at her, he gave her a thumbs up. I'll need to conserve my strength so I can go back into my muscle form once more tonight. Minami forced herself to smile up at his cheerfulness, but still felt a pit of nervousness encompass her. I hope everything goes okay, she thought, worried. Pulling up to the tiny house, Toshinori shut off the SUV and turned to look at Minami, concerned. She had been mostly silent during the hour car ride back to Chickasaw. You okay, kiddo? Yagi asked. Minami looked at him, and immediately thought of what All Might told her earlier. Getting a determined look on her face, she nodded to him. Yeah, I'm good, let's do this. Transforming into All Might, he smiled at her tenacity. That's my girl. Now remember what I told you, stick close to me. We'll leave as soon as we get his signature. Steam filled the car as he phased into his muscle form. Locking up the car, they both approached the worn house. Despite her forced bravado, Minami could feel her knees shaking as she stood behind All Might while he pounded on the door. Loud footsteps and cussing could be heard from inside the house, and eventually the door was cracked open. The pinched face of an older man could be vaguely seen. What do you want? He grumbled. All Might took the opportunity to slide his steel-toed boot into the doorway to prevent it from being slammed closed. The #1 hero forced a smile to come to his face, though all he really felt like doing was pounding his fist into the man's face, repeatedly. Good evening, citizen. I am here on behalf of Mr. Toshinori Yagi regarding your granddaughter, Minami. It was confirmed earlier today through DNA testing that he is in fact Minami's father, so he requires your signature on some documents to relinquish your custody so he may take over her care as her legal father. The nasty man's beady eyes widened a bit at the statement. His nearly black irises then moved downward and settled on the small shape of Minami standing behind All Might. His eyes narrowed. I thought I told you, girl, to not come back to this demon house tonight. And look at what you did. You brought a god-made hero back here. He roared at the girl as he released his hold on the door. Minami flinched behind All Might. All Might took the opportunity to push the door open and walk in, with Minami in tow. He pushed the man backward a bit as he entered his home. What the F do you think you're doing? You can't just come into my house like this, the old man yelled, outraged. All Might grinned as he walked in, feigning friendliness, and slammed the door shut behind him to minimize the risk of others overhearing their confrontation. All Might held up the paperwork with a grin and pointed to the bottom pages at the signature line. We'll be out of your hair if you just sign here. It's quite simple, really. The old man grimaced as he stared at the paperwork in the hero's hand. I ain't signing sheet. Why would I give up my cash cow? The government of Oklahoma gives me a nice little paycheck for her every month. He screeched before taking a drag on his cigarette he had been holding and blowing smoke into Minami's face. Minami hacked at the foul cloud in her face and backed up further to be completely behind All Might once more. This little beach is worth every penny I get from the government. He grinned nastily. Suddenly, before he could blink, a large hand was around his neck and he was lifted into the air, and the old man found himself being slammed into the wall. He gasped like a fish out of water. All Might's smile was long gone now, his patience worn thin. It became clear that the hero had just been waiting for the moment when the old man would inevitably do something stupid, and he could justify roughing him up a bit. You will refrain from harming Minami. Do I make myself clear, Mr. Callahan? All Might ground out as the old man flailed and clawed at his hand. The old man nodded hastily, and All Might released his grip, letting him drop to the floor in a heap. Fear filled his eyes as he looked up at All Might, who glared down at him. Minami savored the moment. Shoving the paperwork in his face, All Might snarled at him, "Sign the paperwork, else you will severely regret it." Minami jumped a bit at the deep, intimidating tone of All Might's voice, not expecting the world's friendliest hero to turn into such a frightening man when pushed to his limits. The cowardly old man grappled for the pen on the side table. He was near and nervously took the paperwork that was moved to his face. Flipping each page, he hastily signed each line with his scribbly signature. Once finished, he pushed the papers back into All Might's hands. "Mr. Yagi thanks you for your cooperation, Mr. Callahan." All Might coolly replied before glancing back at Minami standing behind him, his face morphing back to his typical friendly demeanor as he regarded her. "Go check your room for anything you'd like to take with you, my girl." He patted her head as he turned back to regard the sniveling man still crumpled on the floor. Minami grinned up at him, feeling triumphant as she watched her father almost murder the man who had systematically tortured her for the past 4 years. Almost skipping to her room, Minami couldn't help but wonder what adventures awaited her in Japan. Minami's eyes fluttered open as she felt herself being gently shaken awake. Looking around, she recognized the first-class passenger cabin of the airplane she had just been in for an agonizing 11 hours straight. Blinking blearily, she glanced up at the electronic clock at the front of the plane and saw it read 1:53 p.m., meaning it was roughly 12:53 a.m. back in Oklahoma. She grumbled at having her sleep disturbed, having only slept roughly several hours total in the past 24 hours of travel. Looking up at the culprit who dared to wake her, she was met with the cheery face of Yagi. "Come, my girl. We have finally landed. Time to get up and stretch a bit before we exit the plane and meet with my friend I was telling you about, Neo Mesa." Minami painfully unfolded herself from her curled position in her seat next to Toshinori, relieved to finally hear those magical words, "We have landed." Yagi in the meantime stood in the aisleway and opened up the overhead storage bins, pulling out both their carry-on bags. Handing Minami's pastel pink bag to her, he grinned, seeming to be in a good mood. Despite feeling exhausted and still slightly nauseous, she smiled right back, excited to be starting her new life. "We're finally here? Good. I really need to pee." Toshinori laughed at her response as he stuffed a large envelope containing her passport, social security card, and BRTH certificate they had obtained before leaving Oklahoma into his carry-on once more. "We'll be sure to stop at the bathroom before going through customs and luggage claims then." He ruffled her hair as he made room for her to step out into the aisle in front of him. There was a pleasant announcement over the speakers from one of the flight attendants, but Minami couldn't understand a thing. Looking back at Toshinori questioningly, he responded, "They just announced that we may leave the plane now." "Good. I'm so ready to be able to walk around like a normal person." She could feel her limbs crying out for movement, to do anything but be still for another minute longer, not used to being so still for so long. Having never been on a plane before in her life, the entire travel experience had been exhausting and overwhelming. The first takeoff from Oklahoma to California had made her puke. Luckily, she caught the beginnings of bile building up in the back of her throat and was able to hastily excuse herself to the plane's bathroom, almost crawling over Toshinori in her haste to get to the bathroom before she puked all over him. 10 minutes later she returned to her seat, a bit sweaty and pale. Yagi had questioned it, but she shook it off saying she was just fixing her hair. She was sure he hadn't bought it by how many times after that he asked how she was feeling after he requested a ginger ale soda for her from the flight attendant. And even better, when the first plane landed in California, she had yelped and covered her ears at the unexpected sharp popping sensation when the plane was descending, not realizing there were pressure changes in a plane when it ascended and descended. That definitely drew the attention of Toshinori, who peeled her hands off her ears to make sure nothing was wrong outwardly, then offered her a stick of gum to counteract the popping sensation. Minami accepted the gum gratefully. Thank God I didn't throw up anymore after that. Once is enough, she huffed, annoyed at her body for betraying her. Flying is totally overrated. So glad I won't have to do that for a while, she thought as she shuffled off the plane and into the airport terminal. Stopping to wait for her father to catch up behind her, they made a pit stop at the restrooms, customs, and then made their way to the luggage pickup belt. Seeing the wall of people, Minami stopped and looked back at Toshinori. I think we'll have to wait here. Nodding at her, he responded, It's no trouble my girl, I am plenty tall to see over the crowd to look for our suitcases. A loud jerking and squeaking noise filled the area. Minami jumped a bit, startled by the racket as she could see the conveyor belt beginning to roll out luggage in between all the people standing in front of them. She could feel Yagi twitch beside her a bit as his suitcase rolled out. I'll be right back, he grinned as he politely squeezed his way to the front to snatch his suitcase. Minami stood there daydreaming a bit while she waited for her father to return, when a large figure caught her attention on her left side. Looking over, she saw a man with a shark head and a dorsal fin on his back standing there, looking imposing as he also waited for his luggage. Minami stared at him, entranced by how he looked like a monster from a retro horror movie she had watched. She couldn't look away, feeling her jaw drop a bit, not having met many people with quirks in her life, let alone seeing someone with an extreme quirk that outwardly affected how they looked. His black eye circled around to fixate on her, and he said something to her in a biting tone in Japanese. His response snapped her out of her trance. Blushing, she stepped back a bit. She didn't need to understand Japanese to know he probably just told her off for staring at him. Behind her, Yagi returned with their luggage. She heard the familiar deep voice of Toshinori say something to the man in an apologetic tone. Then she felt her sight darken as his large hand covered her eyes from their offensive action. Yagi gently pulled her back against him, and away from the irritated shark man who stomped off, still clearly upset. Uncovering her eyes once the man had left, Toshinori turned Minami to look at him. He regarded her red, embarrassed face. My dear, it is not kind to stare at people who look different, he gently scolded her, careful to not upset her. She's probably exhausted, hungry, and overwhelmed from how different everything is around her. Of course she couldn't help but stare at someone so unusual looking. Toshi reminded himself. I'm sorry, she blurted out. I didn't mean it. I've just never seen anyone like him. I don't know why I did that. She looked down at her shoes, feeling guilty. I know you are, and it's okay. Let's try harder to not stare at people who look different because of their quirk from now on, okay? Toshinori rubbed the top of her head affectionately and he handed her a matching rolling suitcase that was a cheery shade of pink. Your suitcase also came through not long after mine. He grinned, trying to help her forget about her social slip-up. Now, let's head toward the front of the airport to find Naomasa. As she dragged her new suitcase on wheels, she saw a tall-looking man with dark hair and eyes wave at her dad. Toshinori walked ahead of her to greet who she assumed was Naomasa. Approaching the friendly-looking man standing next to Yagi, she stuck out her hand in greeting at the same time he bowed. Feeling embarrassed, she quickly retracted her hand and bowed, trying to match local customs as he tried to stick out his hand in greeting instead. They both laughed at each other's odd behavior. Naomasa spoke to Minami in English, his heavy accent betraying he was not nearly as fluent in English as her father was. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Minami. I'm Naomasa Tsukachi, a friend of your papa's. I'm sorry for my poor English. He rubbed the back of his head nervously, hoping she could understand him. Please don't worry, your English is really good. And you can just call me Minami. I'm sorry I can't speak Japanese yet. She grinned back at the man, hoping she didn't speak too fast. Tashinori stood off to the side, watching the interaction. All in good time, my girl, we'll have you speaking Japanese soon enough. Watching her yawn into her hand as the jet lag began to set in, Yagi gently took her carry-on bag and put it on his shoulder with his own bag. He wrapped his free arm around her shoulders while Naomasa walked on the other side of her. Both men began a quick-paced conversation in Japanese that Minami didn't have a prayer to understand in the slightest. Instead, she focused on her surroundings. She looked at all the bright signs and flashing lights as they walked through the airport to the exit. There were cute knickknacks in every window, as well as advertisements for expensive skin cream, the latest movies, and jewelry covering the walls. One thing was for sure, this airport was a lot flashier than the Oklahoma City airport. This is so cool. Is all of Japan like this? So happy and bright? I already like it so much more than Oklahoma. I don't think I'll miss anything about Oklahoma at all. She thought to herself gleefully, until the image of her friend Tracy and her parents flashed in her mind. Okay, well, obviously it'll really suck not seeing Tracy and her mom and dad anymore. They were the only ones that ever did nice things for me. Minami thought to herself a bit sad. She thought back to the day she told Tracy what had happened, that her dad had come to find her and she was moving to Japan with him. To say she and her parents were surprised was an understatement. Tracy's mom even made Tashinori show her the paternity test results to be sure she wasn't being kidnapped when they stopped by her friend's house to give her the news. They had no idea her dad was All Might obviously, but they were satisfied enough with the paperwork to know that Tashinori Yagi was really her dad and not some stranger coming to take her away. Honestly, I would have gone with anyone to get away from my grandpa, she thought to herself as they walked. She remembered seeing the three adults sit at the kitchen table over coffee while she and Tracy went upstairs to her room to hang out one last time. She briefly overheard them talking about her living situation. Tracy's parents knew her grandfather hadn't been kind, but they had no idea how bad it really had been until Yagi shed some light on the situation for them. They had also briefly talked about her schooling and how she had just finished her freshman year at the local high school. Her grades were a bit of a sore subject as Yagi was not expecting Tracy's mom to tell him she had CS and DS, with a few BS here and there. Minami winced to herself as she remembered the stern talking to she received from Tashinori at the hotel afterward about how important school was, and that she would need to work harder at her school subjects once she arrived in Japan. At the end of her final visit with her friend, Tracy returned Minami's ice skates to her, saying she'll need to keep practicing in Japan with them. Emotional from her final visit, Minami felt her face flush a bit as she remembered how she had cried, again to her embarrassment, on the car ride back to the hotel where they were planning to leave for Japan the next morning. Pulling the SUV over, Yagi had sympathized with her saying he understood how hard it was to leave her best friend behind, but promised her that he would be there for her now, and that she would make new friends in Japan. He also pointed out she could always communicate with Tracy through emails, texts, and instant messaging. His reassurances alone made her feel a bit better about it. No more crying though, All Might will think I'm a wimp, she thought to herself, noting she had cried more over the past few days in front of All Might than she had during the entire year alone. Here we are. I'll take your suitcase to load it into the trunk. Why don't you have a seat in the back of the car? Naomasa gently took the wheeled suitcase from Minami before she could respond. Minami felt Tashinori ushering her into the back of the small car, with him sliding in next to her after setting both their carry-on bags by their feet. How are you feeling, my girl? Toshi grinned at Minami and patted her knee. Naomasa slammed the trunk shut and got into the car's driver's seat. I'm so excited we're finally here. I want to see everything. It's so different from Oklahoma. Can we stop and see some places? Minami chattered away, forgetting she was tired and becoming more interested in the sights around her. Tashinori laughed at her enthusiasm, happy that she wanted to explore. Of course, my girl. But first, remember when I told you about my quirk and how I was going to give it to boy named Izuku Midoriya? Your quirk? Minami questioned, and side-glanced to look at Naomasa, who was up front driving, wondering if she should say anything else with him in the car. Noticing her uncertainty, Tashinori followed her eyes and realized her concerns. Naomasa knows all about my quirk, little Minami, but that was smart thinking on your end to stay quiet about our secret. Toshinori smiled at her dedication to keeping his secret. We're going to stop at the beach to go visit him and see how he has been doing the past week and a half without me. Oh, well that's good then. We're going to go visit him? What's he like? Minami questioned. He's a soft-spoken kid, but you'll be able to find out for yourself soon as the beach isn't far from the airport. We'll be at the beach in about 10 minutes or so. Toshi responded. Minami nodded back and started asking more questions about what various signs outside their car meant and what there was to do in their town of Mizudafu. Soon enough, Naomasa slowed the car to a crawl as he looked for a place to park at the beach. Getting out of the car, Minami squinted against the sun as she felt the sea breeze blow through her hair. Sniffing the wind, she could smell the salty air. Walking around the corner, they were assaulted with the sight of mountains of garbage. There's so much garbage. Why is there garbage here? This isn't normally what a beach looks like, right? Turning to Minami at her question, Toshi had a puzzled face. Don't tell me you've never seen a beach before, my girl? Minami laughed nervously. Well, Oklahoma is like a big dust bowl. We don't have the ocean or lakes near my hometown, so, yeah. She finished, a bit fidgety at how weird she probably looked never having seen a beach in person. I guess it is kinda weird that I've never seen the ocean before. That's about to change today, kiddo. Yagi gave her a thumbs up as he took her hand and guided her through the mountains of garbage. Rounding a particularly large mound of trash, she came face to face with water as far as the eye could see. She stopped abruptly to take the sight in. She could hear Yagi laughing at her shocked expression. I've seen pictures of the ocean and beach in textbooks, but never like this. She stared fixated at the waves rolling in gently, observing how the ocean reflected the gold hues of the sun. She looked up as she heard Toshinori shouting to someone in the distance in Japanese. Down the beach, she could see a thin boy wave back animatedly and began sprinting towards them. As he got closer, she could see he had curly green hair. A big smile adorned his pale freckled face. All Might! Izuku cried, excited to see his mentor. Hey there, Squirt. Have you been following the American Dream plan I created for you? Holding his hand up, he gave Izuku a high five and ruffled his hair. I've been following it exactly, All Might. I'm so happy you're back. Izuku grinned up at All Might, relieved his favorite hero had come back like he said. Looking down at his arms, Toshinori saw multiple bandages, scrapes and bruises lining his thin appendages. I hope you stuck with lifting only small stuff like I said. Look at your arms. Toshi grabbed his forearm and turned it over, looking for any other unseen bruises. I'm just clumsy. Sensei. Izuku smiled up at Yagi, who only sighed and shook his head. Just be careful, kid. He chuckled at the boy's optimism despite his battered and bruised small body. And we still have 9 months to go. Toshi thought, a bit concerned. Yagi noticed Izuku's face change from excited to jittery as he began stuttering, looking at something behind him. Turning around, he saw Minami standing there looking clueless as to what they were talking about. Of course, Yagi, you idiot. She doesn't understand Japanese yet. Introduce her. Clearing his throat, Toshinori pulled Minami forward gently and pushed her toward Izuku. Both children squeaked a bit at their close proximity to each other. My girl, this is Izuku Midoriya, my successor. Yagi switched back effortlessly to Japanese for Izuku. Young Midoriya, this young lady is the reason why I had to leave for business. Her name is Minami, and she is my daughter from a past relationship. She is from the United States, so she doesn't understand Japanese yet, but she will be living with me now and is going to follow her own dream to become a hero. Izuku shouted in shock at the revelation that All Might had a daughter. But All Might, how do you have a daughter? Izuku questioned, shocked. All Might turned beet red at that question and spit up blood, nearly falling over. My boy, do you not know how babies are made? If possible, Izuku freaked out more, shouting and waving his hands, his own face beet red. No. Of course I know about that, not from personal experience, but, oh geez, that's not what I meant. Ugh, you don't need to tell me about that. I just wasn't expecting you to have kids is all I meant. Minami stood there the whole time with an eyebrow raised as she watched both her dad and Izuku spazzing out, but couldn't understand what exactly was wrong. What the hell is going on? Well, guess I'll just introduce myself then. Stepping forward, the girl held out her hand to Izuku, which seemed to snap both he and Toshinori out of their episodes. She sighed and focused on remembering the most basic Japanese greeting her father had taught her in the airport. "Hi, my name is Minami, it's nice to meet you." Izuku sputtered and stuttered, and tentatively lifted his shaking hand to take hers with a feeble grasp. Yagi barked a laugh, remembering for a moment what it was like to be a young teenage boy. "My boy, do girls make you nervous?" "It's all right, my boy. Just say hello." Laughing heartily, he ruffled his hair and slapped his back, entertained by their awkward exchange. Sweating and shaking, Izuku managed to utter a soft hello in English, before muttering to himself under his breath about something that neither Minami or Toshinori could catch. Minami snorted at his reaction and laughed, not really understanding what he was so nervous about. "You're weird." Naomasa, who had remained silent until this point, laughed at the two goofy children along with Toshinori. "Be nice, Minami." Yagi winked at the girl. "You and Izuku will be preparing for your UA entrance exams together for the next 9 months. He grinned, knowing she didn't mean the comment in a nasty manner. Toshinori turned to look at Izuku, placing his hands on his hips. "Young Midoriya, how about you take the rest of the day off to relax, and we'll start fresh tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.? Izuku looked a bit relieved at the offer. "But are you sure it's all right, All Might?" Izuku looked a bit tentative as he wiped sweat off his brow. "I don't want to fall behind." Yagi let out a hearty laugh. "Of course, my boy. Resting for one day won't hurt your progress. If anything, it'll help your body to adapt a bit better," he explained as he glanced at his battered arms. "Naomasa, is there any way you could give young Izuku a ride home? My apartment isn't far from here. Minami and I can walk the rest of the way. It'll be good for us to stretch our legs anyway, right, my girl?" Minami forced a grin to come to her face. "Walk? Ugh, I don't want to walk right now, I just want to sleep." "Sure, Dad. That sounds great." Minami ground out a bit through her smile, wanting to be cooperative. "Theta girl." Yagi slapped her lightly on the back. "It's only about a mile away from here anyways." He turned to look at Naomasa. "We'll just take the luggage out of the car and wheel it home." Naomasa shrugged, knowing better than to argue with Toshinori when he already made a decision. "All right, my boy, I'll see you tomorrow then?" Yagi confirmed with Izuku. "Definitely, All Might." Izuku grinned, ready to begin training with his mentor once more. 40 minutes later, after multiple goodbyes and side conversations with Izuku and Naomasa, both father and daughter arrived at Yagi's apartment building. It was a tall structure that housed at least 12 floors. All Might's apartment was at the very top for maximum privacy. "Here we are, my girl. Home sweet home." Yagi grinned. Breathing a bit at her exertion from the walk, Minami sighed in relief that they had arrived to the apartment. Taking the elevator up, Toshinori whistled cheerfully as he pulled out his apartment keys, seeming happy to be home. Despite her aching feet, Minami couldn't help but grin back at seeing her favorite hero so happy. Entering the apartment, Minami removed her shoes and noticed that it was very average looking. There was one large couch with an armchair and a large flat-screen TV. In between the two was a small coffee table. A small kitchen was in the corner with an equally small table that had 2 chairs, and down the hall she guessed there were 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. A tidy bachelor pad, and very inconspicuous, a perfect place for All Might to live without people suspecting who he was. Walking through the living room, she noticed a few framed photos on the wall. One was of him and a small blonde girl, who was held by a brown-haired man with glasses. A few others were of her father looking much younger and healthier. "Ah, sheet!" she heard Toshi exclaim from the kitchen. Looking up, she saw him tending to what looked like a small bonsai tree. Pouting, he turned to look at her. "I've killed another Yakushima cedar bonsai tree," he sighed, seeming upset. Minami walked over to see the crispy, sad-looking tree. She patted his arm. "I'm sorry, Dad. I'm sure your tree lived a long and fulfilling life." Toshinori snorted a laugh and looked at Minami, who was grinning up at him. Suddenly he got a mischievous look on his face. You think you're being funny making fun of my dead tree, huh kiddo? He laughed as he quickly grabbed Minami and started tickling her sides. Minami began squealing and laughing, trying to fight back, but found that even in his thinner form her father was still very strong and a tactical genius. All might through and through. No wonder All Might is number one. Minami laughed to herself, and she tried to block her father's tickling attack and was failing miserably. Noticing her tiring enthusiasm, Toshi decided to end the play session by snatching her up and hauling her over his shoulder. Smiling at her laughter, he marched her down the hall into her new bedroom. Flicking on the light, he gracefully but carefully flipped her off his shoulder and onto her brand new bed. Minami bounced as her body hit the firm mattress. "Texas smash," he shouted as he flipped her onto the bed. Minami was giggling and gasping as she tried to catch her breath from laughing so hard. Yagi smiled down at her smiling face, her cheeks flushed red from happiness. "How do you like your new bedroom, my girl?" Catching her breath. Minami sat up and looked around her room. Her blue eyes widened at how nice it looked. In the corner was a desk, and across from her bed was a closet. At the end of the small room by her door was a dresser. She could see a brand new set of lavender-colored sheets and a comforter still in its packaging beside her bed. She grinned as she leaned forward and hugged Toshinori. "You remembered that purple was my favorite color." Minami smiled. "Well, of course," Yagi exclaimed, proudly. "I would never forget that, little Minami. I had Naomasa purchase a few things for your bedroom on my behalf while we were traveling home." He stroked her blonde hair affectionately. "How about you begin unpacking your suitcase and setting up your room, and I'll go pick us up some soba noodles for a late lunch?" Toshi suggested. "Soba noodles, what's that?" Minami's eyes grew wide, never having tried Japanese food, but finding that just by the name they sounded mouth-watering. Getting up and walking into the hallway, Toshi stopped to look back at Minami and grinned. "Just you wait, kid, I'm going to introduce you to a whole new world of delicious food." "Delicious food, huh? Sign me up." Minami could practically feel herself starting to drool at the thought while she began unpacking some of her things in her room. Later that evening, Minami snapped awake, gasping for breath. Her room was dark, save for the light from the hallway leaking in from her bedroom door that was cracked open. She jumped a bit and gripped her comforter tightly as she heard a loud crack of thunder outside her bedroom window, which followed by a bright flash of lightning. In her half-asleep stupor, there was only one thing that her mind jumped to: tornadoes. A tornado is coming. Fear penetrated her entire being, and she leapt out of her bed, tripping over her purple comforter and nearly falling flat on her face. Lightning cracked loudly over the apartment complex. She whimpered and raced out her bedroom door. Slamming her bedroom door open, she stumbled into the hallway and ran into the living room. "Minami?" All Might asked, concerned. He turned around to look at the frightened girl from where he was sitting on the couch, his right arm stretched out on the top of the sofa, watching a movie. Out of breath, she rushed around to the couch with a panicked look on her face. "Is a tornado coming? Are there tornadoes in Japan?" Thunder cracked again, and a loud whoosh of wind blew into the apartment complex. She could feel the tall building creak and shift a bit. Terror shot through her and she leapt onto the couch next to All Might, wrapping her arms as far as she could around his hulking frame, burying her face in his chest. "My girl!" All Might whispered softly as he wrapped his arms around the shaking girl. Lightning crackled, and she pushed herself further into All Might's side. Luckily his good side without his old wound, she belatedly realized after gripping him for dear life. She whimpered again as she heard rain and hail beginning to pelt the building and windows. She felt a heavy hand rest on top of her head and large fingers running through her hair. Her heart hammered in her chest and she squeezed her eyes shut, feeling a few tears leak out at the thought of a tornado barreling down towards their apartment. All Might stared down at his daughter. "No, my dear, there really aren't tornadoes in Japan. They're very rare, and when they do occur they're very weak. Nothing like the monsters you've seen in Oklahoma." All Might glanced at the clock on the wall and saw it was 11:45 p.m., thinking to himself she should be asleep. He gently lifted her chin to look at him and was met with red cheeks and teary blue eyes. Sympathy flooded into his heart at seeing his child so upset. "Oh, my dear girl," he boomed with a cheerful laugh and scooped her up into his lap, holding her close and kissing the top of her head, rocking slightly. Lightning cracked once more and made the lights in the living room flash and flicker. Minami couldn't hold back the broken sob that released itself from her chest, her anxiety skyrocketing. All Might shushed her gently and held her closer, if that was possible. "There is nothing to fear, for I am here, little Minami. I promise there is no tornado." All Might grinned cheerfully at her, trying to improve her mood. "Just a nasty thunderstorm." Minami looked up at All Might with big teary eyes, sniffling, calming down a bit, feeling safe in the tight embrace of All Might. "You're sure, Dad?" All Might's heart soared at hearing the word Dad come from her, even if she had already called him that many times already. All Might chuckled and ruffled her hair. "Of course I am, kiddo. The only danger right now is you not getting enough sleep." He booped her nose with his index finger, causing Minami to giggle a bit. She rubbed away the remainders of her tears and took a deep breath while All Might's hand rubbed her back comfortingly. Feeling better, she belatedly realized he was in his muscle form. "Why are you in your muscle form?" she asked curiously, looking up at All Might, who shrugged his shoulders. "I hadn't been in my muscle form for a few days, since we had been traveling from Oklahoma back to Japan, and I missed the feeling of power flowing through these old muscles. Besides, there's not too much strain on me by just sitting here watching a movie." All Might curled both his biceps for her as if to prove his point and made his characteristic booming laugh. At the mention of movie, Minami looked at the TV and saw an American movie playing on the screen, but wasn't sure what they were watching. "What movie are we watching?" The girl grinned cheekily at All Might. All Might laughed again. "Oh, new, very sneaky young lady, but there is no E in this. It's time for all little girls to be in bed sleeping, and their papa's taking a bit of a break before heading off to bed themselves." He playfully wagged his finger at the young girl. She got annoyed at the statement and narrowed her eyes a bit. "I'm not a little girl. I'm turning 15 in a few months." All Might grinned at her response, seemingly pleased at her bit of backtalk. "First time she hasn't been perfectly polite with me," he thought to himself, "a good sign then she's becoming more comfortable with me. I can't imagine any teenager constantly being so well behaved as she has been this past week and a half." All Might snorted and tousled her hair. "When you're an old man like me, you may as well be a baby at 15. He grinned back at her and attempted to lift her up into his arms to carry her back to her room, but she instantly gripped his shoulders tight, refusing to be picked up. Impressed at the strength she possessed for being so small, All Might chuckled. Hey, you're feeling quite stubborn tonight." She looked up at All Might with big eyes. "Please, Dad? Only 20 minutes, then I can go back to bed." All Might looked down at the cheeky girl, feeling a sweat drop form as those big baby blues pulled at his heartstrings. "Ah shit," he thought to himself. He could feel himself wavering at those eyes. "Does she have a mind control quirk that she hasn't told me about?" Her piercing blue eyes continued to bore into him, and he sighed as he accepted defeat. "All right, but only 20 minutes, okay? And I mean 20 minutes, young lady." She smiled at her victory. Besides dash, a large yawn erupted from her. "I'm not even that sleepy." She rubbed her eyes a bit. All Might looked at her disbelieving, and continued stroking her hair and watching the movie, keeping one eye on the clock. Still sitting in All Might's lap, Minami leaned into the embrace and snuggled him, her head leaning on his chest. She could feel her eyelids getting heavier as she watched the movie, the lullaby of her father's heartbeat coupled with him petting her head, and his high body heat putting her to sleep. For the first time in many years, she felt like she was home. It was only about 15 minutes later that she was out cold. All Might chuckled to himself at the irony of the situation. Carefully turning off the TV without jostling her awake, he gently cradled the young girl. She didn't even flinch at the movement. Turning out all the lights in the living room save one, he let his eyes adjust to the darkness and quietly made his way down the hallway and into her room, thunder distantly rumbling in the distance from the storm that had just finished passing over their home. Walking to her bedroom, he gently laid her down on the bed and grabbed the comforter that had fallen on the floor, tucking her in with it. Staring down at her sleeping features that were illuminated by the lights outside her window, he started to feel many emotions now that they were home and settling in. He began to feel bitterness build up in him. Anger at having missed out on so much of her life, that Faith never told him about her existence. Sadness that he wasn't able to rescue her sooner. Relief that she was finally within his reach where he could nurture and protect her. I've lost so much time with her, how can you make up for 15 years? Shaking his head at his somber thoughts, he made himself grow determined. No, I owe it to her now to help her grow up strong, to help her become a hero if that is what she still desires. Taking one last look at her, he turned and walked out of the room, heading to his own bed for sleep. Tomorrow is the beginning of the next step for Minami. Tomorrow begins the task of helping her build up her quirk strength as well as her schooling abilities. I'll have to put together a schedule for her like I did for young Midoriya. All Might thought to himself smiling, imagining what she will look like years from now in a hero costume, in all her glory as a fully fledged pro-hero. I just know she's going to make a great hero. Minami could feel beads of sweat roll down her face and neck as she just completed her 5th set of squats. Standing directly in front of her, she could see her father in his muscle form, grinning at her effort, and always ready to grab the barbell in case she lost her balance. Which has already happened a few times, Minami thought to herself, gritting her teeth as she tried to prevent it from happening once more. She wobbled a bit as she felt the 50 pounds of weight on her back begin to tip to one side. Stay focused, young Minami. All Might reminded her. Minami grunted as she readjusted her stance to straighten the barbell out that was sitting across her shoulders. There we go, just like that. All Might complimented her form as she eased the barbell off her back, letting it roll to the ground. She ground her teeth as she stood straight once more, rubbing the tops of her thighs and whining at the soreness she already felt. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Minami cringed. All Might laughed, helping her sit back down on the ground to stretch. It's supposed to hurt a bit afterward, little Minami, that means you're doing the weightlifting correctly, he grinned at her. That'll be it for weight training today, make sure you stretch out your legs and arms well, we'll take a small break, and next will be endurance. You'll be sprinting in the sand again. Minami nodded at All Might's direction. Yes, sir, she responded as she stretched her legs, wrapping her hands around the bottoms of her shoes. All Might gave her a thumbs up and let his muscle form drop, exhaling in relief at the strain being lifted from his body. Pulling out a copy of Minami's training schedule for review, All Might wandered away a bit, going to check on Izuku. I'll need to give her some extra protein tonight with dinner, to help make up for these additional weight-lifting exercises. Toshi spoke to himself softly, pulling out a pen and adding in a few notes for himself to her schedule. He thought back to her physical he had Recovery Girl perform on Minami when they first arrived in Japan almost a month ago. He determined it was an absolute necessity to see what state her physical health was in when he found out from Minami that she hadn't been to the doctors since she was 8 years old. He had balked at the notion of a child not seeing a doctor for nearly 7 years, and had called up Recovery Girl immediately for assistance. Under Recovery Girl's tutelage, they determined she needed several booster shots which she was behind on. Upon hearing the words, shot, Minami had panicked and attempted to sprint out of Recovery Girl's office to escape her fate. It took All Might phasing into his muscle form to grab her before she could get into the hallway and drag her back into the office. Recovery Girl had laughed so hard at the comical scene that she had almost fallen to the floor, grabbing her rolling chair just in time to plop into it. After performing the physical and determining everything seemed fine outwardly, Recovery Girl had taken a few x-rays of Minami's joints and chest, looked at her teeth, and had asked a series of personal questions regarding her family health history on her mother's side and for herself personally. Minami knew little to nothing at all regarding the health of her maternal side, which was to be expected. Though she had grumbled at all the attention, mentioning that she felt like a stock animal getting ready to go to auction from all the testing they were doing on her. In the end, Recovery Girl couldn't help but be delighted with the cheeky, but definitely kind girl, offering her a piece of candy as a reward for her patience throughout all the poking and prodding, which definitely improved the girl's mood. Toshi grinned to himself at the memory and shook his head. That kid definitely has a sweet tooth, he thought fondly, remembering that she had nearly eaten herself sick with Izuku on some cookies he had gotten the children for a job well done after their first week together. He had learned firsthand that she definitely did not have impulse control when it came to dessert. After the physical, he had walked Minami down to the teacher's lounge to meet the staff, many of whom had become friends of his when they learned he too would be a teacher at UA. He knew this wasn't a secret he would be able to keep from them if she did get into UA, as they would see the name Tashinori Yagi listed as her father in her paperwork. Even if she didn't end up going to UA, he wouldn't be able to explain away why was performing fatherly duties when he wasn't teaching or following up with his hero responsibilities. May as well be upfront and honest. Plus Midnight just lives for stuff like this. That woman is such a gossip. All Might had thought to himself at the time. When he had arrived with Minami in tow, there were only a few teachers in the lounge taking a coffee break. The staff had been shocked at first with his announcement, but most were pleasantly surprised and immediately wanted to greet the girl. 3 of the 4 staff members immediately circled the girl to get a better look. Midnight had cooed at Minami, her maternal instincts kicking in as she snatched her up into a hug, nicknaming her Minnie Might the second she saw her, noticing her sunflower-colored hair and bright blue eyes. The name Minnie Might stuck with the staff after that, most of them laughing and agreeing that was a suitable name. Minami's eyes had grown big at being almost suffocated in the embrace, but seemed to enjoy the attention nonetheless. Present Mike had been the next teacher to enthusiastically greet her, giving her a loud hey with his typical flair. He was especially excited when he realized she was an American and he would have someone to speak English with on a regular basis. Cementos was giddy, being a fanboy of All Might himself since he was a child. Meeting the offspring of his personal hero had been a dream come true, and he didn't hesitate to grab her small hand between his flat cement fingers, shaking it vigorously. Minami nervously shook his hand back, praying that her own fingers wouldn't accidentally get smashed. Overall, Minami basked in all the attention with a big cheery smile, reminiscent to All Might's own grin, excited to meet more pro-heroes. However, her eyes wandered to the last occupant of the room, and Yagi could see the gears turning in that head of hers as to whether or not she should approach him. In the end, her southern upbringing had won out, and she got courageous enough to approach said occupant, even if the vibes he was giving off were anything but friendly. The last in the room had of course been pro-hero Eraserhead, who unlike the others, made no move to greet the young girl or interact with her in any way, not really being a huge fan of All Might himself. Yagi knew he would be the most difficult to win over. Eraserhead had sat in the corner of the lounge, eyeing the other staff fawning over the small girl, and noticed with irritation that the girl seemed to be a ham for the spotlight too, just like her father. Slowly approaching the hero that was wrapped up in a bright yellow sleeping bag, she could only see his disheveled hair and dark eyes poking out from the top, his eyes being bloodshot and angry looking. She slowed her approach even more the closer she got, unsure how close she should get. The other staff members chuckled at the scene. Tashinori sensed his daughter's discomfort and went in for the rescue, coming up behind her and placing a hand on her shoulder, leading the introduction. Shota, how nice to see you. I'd like to introduce my ZDU Minami. Hello sir. Minami waved nervously at him. Sensing his rising irritation the more they tried to interact with him, Minami quickly quieted down, not sure what exactly she was doing that was causing him to be annoyed. Eraserhead stared down the golden hero for a moment before poking his head out of his sleeping bag a bit more to respond. I can see that All Might, but can't you see I'm trying to sleep? He spoke clearly in English with a clipped tone, obviously intending both recipients to understand his irritation at being disturbed. At his response, Minami laughed nervously and apologized, taking a step closer to Tashinori for support, a bit intimidated by the shadowy hero. Aizawa, be nice to this sweet little thing. Midnight yelled at Eraserhead as she came over to nuzzle her cheek against the face of Minami, scooping her up into another tight hug as she lead her back towards where present Mike and Cementos were standing, like a lioness protecting its cub. All Might just laughed and apologized, leaving Aizawa to resume his napping once more and return to where Midnight had snatched his child away. Letting Minami be entertained by Midnight and Cementos for a bit, Yagi had taken present Mike aside privately to ask for his assistance in tutoring Minami in Japanese, explaining that he was in the process of trying to acclimate her to life in Japan. His enthusiasm at being asked to help in her transition had been palpable. Why, anything for Minnie Might. Present Mike cheered, drawing the attention of everyone else in the room. So much for trying to be discreet. All Might face palmed at his reaction. Later that evening, after Toshi had sent the young girl to bed, his phone rang with the results of her exam from earlier that day. "Well, All Might, I have some peculiar results here for you," Recovery Girl sighed into the phone, which put Toshinori on edge, making him sit up straight on the couch and perch forward, fearing the worst. "Good news is she is healthy. There's nothing overly wrong with the results I gathered." Yagi released the breath he had been holding, relieved that she hadn't suffered permanent damage. However, Recovery Girl continued, causing Toshinori to halt his mini-celebration with himself, "I did determine that her physical development has been delayed a bit due to the stress she has undergone in the last 4 years of her life." Toshinori tilted his head in confusion at her statement. "What do you mean delayed, Chio?" "I mean, Toshinori, that sometimes the body in cases of prolonged famine or extreme stress will focus more on survival than other bodily functions. Based on what Minami described to us, and on what the tests show, she did not grow or physically develop much in the past 4 years, hence her short height and very much childlike appearance." Yagi was silent on his end of the phone as he listened and thought about what she said. "It's true, she does look quite young, especially compared to other 14-year-old girls, most of which are clearly teenagers outwardly. My girl could pass for a 10-year-old. Before he could speak, Recovery Girl continued, "The X-rays show she still has possibly 6 to 7 inches of height left to grow. By my calculations, at physical maturation she'll be about 5 feet 7 inches to 5 feet 8 inches, a good height for a heroine." He could hear her smile into the phone, clearly supportive of her becoming a hero. "I also found that her respiratory system is quite incredible. She has a very large set of lungs, along with an enlarged heart to boot." "An enlarged heart? Is that bad? Does that mean she has a heart defect?" Yagi questioned, fretting at the thought. "On the contrary, All Might, this condition will likely be beneficial in her future career as a hero. Her lungs and heart are 20% larger than the average 14-year-old, and will continue to be that way throughout adulthood. Think of it like a muscle car. She has a big engine in a small package. Right now she may not be able to utilize it as well, but once she begins to grow and mature, boom. Watch out, she'll take off and will have little to slow her down." Recovery Girl laughed into the phone at her own comparison. "Because her respiratory system will be able to pump more blood to her organs and muscles, she may be able to work longer, be faster and stronger than other heroes. It'll definitely be a good advantage to have, and I think will allow her to channel her quirk more efficiently." All Might grinned at her explanation and laughed a bit, imagining Minami to be like a revving hot rod. "To be honest, I remember seeing something similar in your own chest X-rays we took several years ago, after your injury, though at the time due to the dire circumstances I hadn't really commented on it as there were more pressing matters to address. This condition is not seen commonly, and usually to have this trait both parents have to be at the very least genetic carriers. However, there's no doubt in my mind that your genetics were the main contributor in this case." Yagi could feel his chest puff out in male pride at the statement. "Well, of course she's great, I made her." Yagi thought proudly. "So overall, your girl is just fine, she just needs time to catch up. Physically. Mentally, she's definitely a teenager, and though the last 4 years scarred her, I think with your parental support she'll be able to pull through and be a productive member of society. However, once her body realizes there is no more danger, it will rush to catch up. This could result in painful growth spurts and cases of extreme fatigue and irritability on her end. You must take extra care when training her to not put too much strain on her body, and be gentle with her development." Toshinori took mental note of this and nodded into the phone. "Yes, of course, I wouldn't want to push her too hard. And lastly, I do want to mention that her blood tests also showed her HERM levels are very high. With her improved lifestyle, I'm sure her body will waste no time attempting to develop into a woman by starting her natural female cycles soon. I would be surprised if it took longer than a few months for her first PRD to make its appearance." Toshinori groaned at the word PRD and cycles, and felt himself go pale at the thought of having to deal with that. He heard Recovery Girl's sigh on the other end of the phone and could picture her shaking her head at him. "Oh, what is it with men and their apprehension of female PRI? Recovery Girl snapped, irritated. If it makes you feel better, when that day comes, you can send her my way and I'll give her all the information she needs, you big baby. Yagi sighed in relief at hearing her agree to help. Running his free hand down his face as he felt some of his anxiety melt away, he responded. That, he emphasized, would be so appreciated, Chio. Toshi laughed lightly into the phone, realizing how ridiculous he was acting over the entire subject. But I would rather face all for one again than take on that issue alone, Yagi thought to himself, knowing it was completely foreign territory for him. Just enjoy this time with her All Might, she won't be small for long, and in the blink of an eye she'll be a young woman. Training for UA is important, but remember to spend quality father-daughter time with her as well. She deserves to have good memories now that she's out of that horrible situation, the poor little dear. I'll do some more research into her quirk on my end and call you back later in the week with my findings. And indeed, like clockwork, Recovery Girl had called him back with news regarding Minami's quirk later on that week. Without having much information on her quirk, All Might had Minami focused on studying Japanese with Present Mike, and other various school subjects with himself and Gran Torino, since they all had their teaching licenses. Gran Torino's enthusiasm at being asked to help with her studies surprised Toshinori, as he had not been expecting the old man to accept another student with open arms like he had. In fact, he had liked the girl so much that he had been sharing his precious taiyaki with her at their tutoring sessions, quite a rare feat to behold from the elderly hero. All Might, I did some research into Minami's quirk and compared it to other similar quirks we know of in our database. After looking into it, I am convinced that her quirk is indeed her mother's power, life force. However, it is most definitely a mutated version of this quirk. Recovery Girl had explained a week later. Yagi had nodded in agreement into the phone, not being surprised by this revelation. Yes, I had suspected the same for a while, since there is no quirk she could inherit from me, so where else would it come from? He mumbled as he mulled over what he was told, rubbing his chin with his fingers. Well, I wouldn't be so sure that you didn't influence the girl's power. While she is unable to inherit OFA without your intent, I do believe you still had a hand in her quirk mutation. OFA is a volatile quirk. It latches on to whatever new genetics it can to absorb more power and spread its influence. However, we don't have much information on how it can affect the offspring of someone who bears OFA. Due to its influential nature, I don't think it's impossible for it to reach out to also influence a child in the womb that had been conceived when one parent held OFA. Now this surprised Yagi, as he had not been expecting this theory. His eyebrows raised at Recovery Girl's suggestion. I believe the effects of OFA always stays in the genes of a holder, even once the quirk has been passed on and that previous user cannot use it any longer, it still leaves its mark. So why couldn't it leave its mark on a genetic extension of a current user of OFA? This is my main theory behind why her quirk mutated so drastically into a more attack-based power, anyways. Toshi nodded into the phone, still feeling surprised over the fact that OFA may have found a way to affect his own daughter without his intent. I also compared the quirk to other energy-based quirks we are already aware of. While others seem to draw power from energy around them, it seems Minami makes her own energy. Yagi hummed at that idea. So basically, you're saying she's her own power plant? He questioned with a humorous tone. Yes, that is what I believe. However, that kind of power can have repercussions if it's not handled properly, and can cause damage to the user. I think as her body gets older and she becomes more physically mature, as well as more athletic, her tissues will become more resilient to damage and she will be able to handle her power better. In fact, some of these other energy quirks have noted that users are able to gather power in their forearms or other areas of their bodies before sending the energy out in an attack. To begin, let's try to get her to focus on pushing her own natural energy into different areas of her body and holding it in place, and once she can do that easily, then she can refocus on sending out small energy attacks to start. Toshinori grinned at having more information about Minami's quirk, ecstatic to have a good starting place. Chio, you're a genius. I can't thank you enough. Recovery Girl huffed into the phone at the compliment. It's what I do, All Might. Before All Might could end the call, Recovery Girl interrupted him hesitantly, which made Yagi suspicious. All Might, I don't like to put my nose in your private business, but this has been on my mind all week, and I think you should hear what I have to say. Recovery Girl paused a moment to gather her thoughts. After running tests on Minami and my quirk research, this girl can really be something big. With her quirk and athletic potential, she would be an excellent candidate to inherit OFA. She could be nearly unstoppable once she hits her prime. He frowned at her statement. He understood why Recovery Girl thought this, especially with her recent revelations about Minami's potential, but this power was reserved for Midoriya and no one else. He wasn't about to break his promise to the boy. Additionally, the thought of the young, innocent girl fast asleep in just the other room having to face the monster known as All for One. How? That will not be happening. Toshi thought to himself, feeling sickened at the thought. She deserves a clean slate, which is why the public will not know she's All Might's child. It's bad enough young Midoriya will likely have to deal with that disgusting monster one day. Just think All Might, you could keep OFA in the family too. And Dash. I've already picked a successor for OFA, Chio? He interrupted, a bit irritated as he had already heard much disapproval about his choice from Sir Night Eye and Gran Torino. He felt obligated to defend his choice, and the kind boy from any kind of backlash. Oh. Recovery Girl sounded startled at his response, not expecting him to have chosen a successor already. She paused to give Toshinori an opportunity to explain who it was, curious. When the other end of the phone remained silent, she decided not to push the issue any longer. Well, All Might, you know best, and in the end it is your decision. I'm sure you have chosen well. Sensing the tension, she tried to smooth it over. Yagi sighed, grateful she wasn't going to pursue the issue anymore. Thank you, I appreciate your support on the issue, more than you know. She paused, hearing the strain in his voice, and responded. It's not easy being a hero, All Might, you know better than anyone, and it only gets harder when you're the #1 hero. She sympathized with him, stand strong in your choices, and everything else will follow. The conversation had ended after that. Mulling over everything and still feeling wide awake at 11:30 p.m., Yagi sat down at the kitchen table and wrote up a rough draft of Minami's training schedule, mixing in even amounts of tutoring and working out. He made sure to add some weight-lifting exercises to enhance her muscle mass, with the hopes of increasing her power abilities. Looking up from his reverie as he finished checking off Minami's morning routine for the day, Yagi saw Izuku carrying a large car tire and waved at him, getting his attention. Young Midoriya, he caught up to Izuku, who stopped to look at him. It's about noon, let's take our lunch break now. Izuku nodded enthusiastically, dropping the tire where he stood. Yagi turned and whistled to get Minami's attention. He saw her look up from where she was still stretching. He waved her down to them. Eagerly, she jumped up and jogged down to the beach to meet both of them. Arriving, she jumped onto Izuku, grabbing him into a headlock. Izuku laughed and tried to push her off of him. Yagi smiled at how friendly the children were. Only 3.5 weeks ago, the kids had been complete strangers and wary, walking on eggshells around each other. Though after he persistently pushed them to do training exercises together, they grew to be much more comfortable with one another. Now, they seemed much more playful and relaxed, though Minami was definitely more aggressive of the two with her play, as he had to frequently remind her to lay off the boy. All Might grinned as Izuku had trouble peeling the small girl off of him. She's good for him, she'll help to toughen the boy up, Yagi laughed to himself. Clapping his hands to get the children's attention, Toshinori spoke, young Midoriya and Minami. Settle down now, time for lunch. Who wants yakisoba? At the mention of yakisoba, Minami immediately released her hold on Izuku and looked excited. Yakisoba? Minami asked, knowing that Japanese word well. Izuku smiled cheerfully and spoke Japanese slowly for her, trying to help her understand. Yakisoba? Izuku questioned little by little in Japanese. Both males watched as Minami stood there, translating the sentence to herself in her head. After about 15 seconds, her face lit up as she realized what they said. Hi. Yagi smiled at her affirmative response and ushered the children to the picnic basket he packed. It was Sunday early afternoon, June 10th. Yagi had gone to the high school to fill out some paperwork for his impending employment, leaving Minami on her day off to her own devices for a while. Though little did he know, she had some plans to execute that day. When she began studying with Gran Torino, she had asked as many questions as she could about her father. Once she learned Gran Torino had known him since he was a boy. The elderly hero eagerly obliged, answering all her questions, never missing an opportunity to embarrass his former student. Through this, she had learned that All Might's birthday was June 10th, which also happened to be the same day as Father's Day that year. Immediately, she asked for his help in giving All Might 2 gifts. 1, getting her last name changed to Yagi, and 2, getting him a new bonsai tree. One look from her doe eyes and Gran Torino agreed. And so began Minami's weeks of cleaning his house from top to bottom and running errands for Gran Torino when he wasn't tutoring her in school subjects. At the end of it, he gave her just enough money to buy a new bonsai tree from the local store and handed her a large folder with the paperwork showing her name changed to Yagi Minami. It seemed Gran Torino had been working with Neo Mesa to get the paperwork completed, and since they had a copy of Yagi's signature on file, it had gone through without a hitch. Though Gran Torino did seem a bit nervous at basically having Toshinori's signature forged, Neo Mesa had reassured him that while technically it was illegal, he was sure Yagi would not mind in the slightest in this one-time-only case and no fuss would be made. Minami looked around the apartment and straightened up a bit, not knowing what else to do with her time until she waited for All Might to come home. She had looked into the fridge that morning, thinking maybe she could make them something for lunch to go along with the gifts, but saw there were only a few pieces of fruit and her father's medicated shakes to induce weight gain. She sighed and sat down at the table, resting her head on top of her folded arms, getting antsy as she couldn't find a way to preoccupy herself. She felt her pocket buzz and perked up. Pulling out her new phone, she saw it was a message from Tracy, asking her how her plan was going. She began texting back when she heard the doorknob jingling with the sound of keys. She set her phone down and eagerly craned her neck to see who was walking through, knowing exactly who it was. "Minami, my girl. I'm home." Yagi called for her as he walked through the door, pausing to turn and cough into his hand. Minami rounded the corner to get a better view of him and saw he was a bit sweaty, a good indicator that he had been doing hero work on his way home, which is likely what had caused his delay. She grinned at seeing him. Finally, Minami thought to herself, excited and a bit nervous to reveal her gifts. "Happy birthday, Papa." Minami grinned and wrapped her arms around his thin waist. She could feel him stiffen a bit at her statement. She looked up at him smiling, and saw his shocked face looking down at her, then a blush appear across his cheeks as he smiled and patted her head. "My girl, how did you know today was my birthday?" Yagi laughed. "Gran Torino told me all about it. He said you'd love it if I celebrated with you." Toshi snorted a laugh at her explanation, shaking his head. "Of course, leave it to him to tell her when my birthday is," Yagi thought to himself, knowing full well that Gran Torino realized Toshinori would not want to celebrate his 49th birthday, with him being sensitive about his age. "And it's Father's Day. Can you believe the odds that both your birthday and Father's Day would be on the same day? How could I not say something? So I thought, maybe we could do something fun today." Minami explained excitedly, never having celebrated Father's Day before. Her grip tightened on Toshinori. Yagi paused and thought it through, and realized she was right. It was Father's Day. Though he had never really paid attention before to Father's Day, except for feeling an occasional pang of loneliness in the past. "It seems fate has made it possible for me to celebrate Father's Day properly now." He smiled down at her thoughtfulness and returned her hug with a tight squeeze of his own. "Of course, my girl. How could I forget? I would absolutely love to celebrate with you today." He grinned ear to ear, looking forward to the Father's Day celebration and hoping she would drop the birthday part. Minami released him and instead took one of his large hands, leading him to the kitchen. Yagi laughed and obliged her, letting her lead him. Stopping at the kitchen table, she pulled out the 2 gifts that had been sitting underneath on the floor. "Oh, so you have some gifts for me? How did you manage to pull that off? Last I checked, your only job was studying and training for UA." He placed his hands on his hips and winked at her. Minami responded, "Gran Torino agreed to let me earn some money from him through housework so I could get you 2 presents." "Gran Torino again, eh? That old sly bastard," Toshi thought, amused. Taking the decorative bag, Yagi unwrapped it and pulled out a small Yakushima cedar bonsai tree that had a little bough tied around it. He grinned as he inspected the tree, then set it on the table and leaned down to wrap Minami in a hug, pecking her cheek with a small kiss. "Thank you, my girl. You got me another tree. Hopefully I will not kill this one." Yagi laughed. Minami grinned and reminded him of his last gift. "There's one more. The envelope is for Father's Day. I really hope you like it." He could hear the nervous tone in her voice and wondered what it could be. Releasing her, he straightened back up to take the large envelope. Turning it over in his fingers, Toshinori felt his curiosity peak. "Did she draw me a picture?" He laughed to himself as he used his index finger to rip open the lip and pulled out the paperwork. He began skimming the words and felt his eyes widen as he quickly realized what it was, seeing at the bottom of the first page her new name, Yagi Minami. Lowering the papers, he looked down at the girl, gauging her emotions as he felt his own happiness and surprise beginning to bubble over. Swallowing thickly, he looked back again to read her name, making sure he was seeing everything correctly. "Little Minami, did you have your last name changed to Yagi?" He grinned softly at the girl. At that question, he saw the girl's skin begin to glow a soft ethereal blue as she beamed up at him, her eyes filling with unshed tears. Toshinori's smile increased in size as he saw her quirk peeking through from her excitement kicking up a notch. This new phenomenon had only begun recently with her training and proper nutrition. Whenever she felt heightened happiness, excitement, or embarrassment, she would glow briefly. She reminded Yagi of a light in the dark, or like a flicker of a flame that had withstood the storm and was growing stronger now with each passing day. He laughed as he saw the glow shining off of her and knelt down to hug her tightly. He could feel her latch onto his shoulders with her own embrace. "My girl, I am so honored that you would want to share my name with me," Yagi murmured thickly into her hair as he held her. "I know we have the genetic test to prove that you're my dad, but I want us to be a family in name too," Minami explained, her voice cracking a bit as she felt emotional over making her transition official. Toshinori grinned at her response, pulling back a bit to look her in the eyes. "That is a wonderful idea. How about we celebrate with ramen for lunch, With that question he heard her stomach rumble in response and laughed. Toshinori Yagi dabbed the sweat off his forehead once more with his handkerchief as he sat by the open window in his apartment, clicking on the various articles detailing the criminal reports in Tokyo's online newspaper on his laptop. A soft breeze blew into the apartment. Outside, the sun shined brightly as cicadas sounded off their rhythmic humming. It was nearing the end of summer, and Toshinori was looking forward to some cooler weather. Yagi allowed the criminal reports to keep his mind preoccupied, but he still couldn't help but wonder what Minami and her guide were up to, her guide being Midnight, whom he had asked to help Minami pick out a swimsuit at the local mall so she could take advantage of the warm weather through swimming workouts. Toshinori looked at his last text message he had sent Minami about an hour ago. There still wasn't a response to it yet, even though they had already been gone for several hours. Is shopping supposed to take this long? Yagi questioned to himself. He forced himself to set his phone back down before he texted another message, and refocused back on the criminal reports once more to look for any patterns of criminal activity. Yagi started second-guessing his choice of companionship for Minami that day, becoming anxious as he imagined Midnight possibly encouraging Minami to do something he definitely wouldn't approve of. He knew she was known as an 18-plus hero, but realistically there weren't any other females he knew of that were available to take her shopping, and he didn't feel like he was the best choice to go with her for clothes shopping now, especially when it came to more female necessity items which really required the opinion of a more experienced woman. Like Recovery Girl had mentioned, Minami had begun growing and developing rapidly, and was already catching the eye of teenage boys when they went out in public, to his paternal annoyance. Though he was sure she hadn't noticed their roving eyes just yet. That could just be due to the fact that he had always glowered at them in an unfriendly manner any time he saw them staring at his girl, effectively scaring them away for the time being. But he knew that would not work forever. The first time it had happened, the nasty face Yagi had made at a pair of two 17-year-old boys ogling her from behind had shocked the daylights out of Izuku, who had not expected the friendly hero to look so sinister until he saw what he was leering at. Izuku had burst out laughing at then, and had covered for Yagi when that drew the attention of Minami, distracting her instead as if he were her older brother. One of the many reasons Toshinori was grateful for the boy. Minami doesn't need the distraction of boys when she's focused on becoming a hero. She's much too young to be dating anyways, though a suggestive swimsuit would definitely be an issue. Toshinori reaffirmed to himself. He tapped the corner of the table he was sitting at with his index finger as he refocused to what would be taking Minami and Midnight so long. Midnight knows better than to get something inappropriate for Minami, right? I specifically told her something for swimming, hopefully she knows that doesn't mean a tiny bikini. Suddenly the image of Minami picking out lingerie to show off her new curves at Midnight's insistence popped into Yagi's mind. But, horrified, Toshinori covered his mouth as he suddenly coughed up blood through his teeth at the thought, his cheeks flushing red. Wiping his mouth, Toshi snatched his phone again and began texting once more, needing to confirm everything was going well, for the sake of his sanity before his imagination ran away with him. Midnight better not be using my credit card to get her anything else but functional clothes and a swimsuit. Or so help me. Yagi's thoughts were cut off by the sound of female laughter and a car door slamming. He looked down from the window and saw the two of them on the ground below, laughing together as they walked through the front doors of the apartment complex, with several bags in tow. Deleting the text message he had been about to send, Yagi quickly forced himself to relax in the chair he was sitting in, trying his hardest to look natural. Within several minutes, the door to the apartment swung open, and the two females walked in, chattering and giggling away. Toshi looked back at them and grinned. Well, did you ladies find a good swimsuit? Looks like you found a lot more than that. Toshinori laughed as he got up to approach the bags they set on the couch, peeking in one of them, curious. Dad, don't look. There's girl stuff in there. Minami whined a bit, embarrassed. Yagi pulled back from the bag like he had been burned. What do you mean girl stuff? I thought she was only going to get a swimsuit. Toshinori looked from Minami to Midnight, feeling a bit suspicious that his earlier fears may have been confirmed. Midnight laughed at the shyness of the girl and waved away the concerns of Toshinori. Oh, there's nothing scandalous, All Might, only some bras and underwear in that bag, and since she has outgrown a lot of her clothes since moving here, I thought she should get some new clothes that will fit her for a while. Yagi nodded, that seeming more than acceptable as he took back his credit card for Midnight, as well as several receipts, reviewing the charges. Minami smiled as she pulled out her swimsuit from one of the bags and held it up to Toshinori. Look, Papa. I love the shades of blue of my swimsuit. Minami pulled out from the bag a very tasteful light blue tank ini, perfect for swimming laps, to Yagi's relief. He grinned at Minami's excitement. It's lovely, my girl. Smiling at her father's approval, Minami turned to put the swimsuit away, and a glimmer in her hair near the corner of her face caught Toshi's attention. He reached forward and turned her back around to face him. Just a sec, you have something in your hair, little Minami. Did you use glitter today? He moved her blonde locks aside with his hand, intent on getting whatever was stuck in her hair out. He felt her stiffen a bit as his hand brushed her ear. He felt something hard and metallic meet his fingers. Yagi looked closer at what caught his fingers and saw an earring stud on her slightly red and swollen earlobe. You got your ears pierced, little one? All Might cried out in surprise, blood dripping out a bit from his lower lip as he took her head and turned it to the other side to see the matching mate embedded in her other earlobe. Minami smiled nervously up at her father, hoping she wasn't in trouble. Well, we were passing by a jewelry counter, and I had mentioned to Midnight how I had always wanted to get my ears pierced and well. The girl played with the fingers in a nervous tick as she looked away from her father's shocked face. Oh, All Might. Just relax, it's not a big deal. Most women have their ears pierced. Midnight folded her arms and rolled her eyes at the accusatory look Yagi gave her. Piercings were not what she went out for, Nemuri, Yagi ground out, irritated at being left out of the loop. I'm not totally opposed to it, but I would have preferred you let me know this was being done. A simple text would have sufficed. Toshi sighed, shaking his head as he rubbed his temple, feeling a headache coming on. God damn it, this will definitely be the last time I send Midnight out with Minami to go shopping for a while. Can't have her getting anything else pierced. Now I need to worry about her getting her earrings ripped out in combat training. You don't like the earrings? Toshi heard a sad, small voice question him, and he looked over to see Minami looking up at him with sad blue eyes, her bottom lip quivering a bit. I'm sorry, Papa. I didn't mean to make you upset. Toshinori could see tears swimming in her eyes. Now look what you did, All Might. You made her cry. Midnight threw her hands up in the air over the absurdity of the situation, not understanding what the big deal was to him. Yagi quickly spoke before she could begin to cry, reassuring her. My girl, they look absolutely appealing, but next time you want to get a piercing, how about you ask me first, A wide smile stretched across Yagi's thin face as he wrapped her in a hug, thumping her back and ruffling her hair. Releasing her from the hug, Yagi leaned forward a bit, placing his hands on his knees to get a better look. Looking at the small blue topaz studs in white gold, Toshi had to admit they did look very nice on her. They complemented her eyes. He could see Minami waiting for his final decision with bated breath, staring at him. He looked at her cheerfully and booped her nose, grinning. Appealing. Just like I thought. Minami smiled at her father's approval. Now, young one, go put these new clothes away and bring out your old ones that don't fit. We can donate them. Minami nodded her head eagerly and trotted off with the bags into her room. Minami stared at herself in the mirror in the changing tent at the beach, judging the tankini on her. The multicolored blue material fit her curves like a glove, showing off a bit of her midriff. She smoothed the soft material over her hips, feeling unsure of herself. I've never worn a swimsuit before. Is it supposed to fit so tightly? Minami thought to herself, blushing a bit at how exposed she felt. Though the material covered her torso well enough, she wasn't sure how she felt about having her pale legs so exposed. Her ears perked at the sound of several fawning women nearby. Minami moved the curtain of the changing tent, peeking out to see what the commotion was. Several young women were crowded around her father, who was wearing his red and white striped body swimsuit, running their fingers over his chest and abs, giggling and practically drooling over his physique. All Might nervously rubbed the back of his neck at all the attention, though the big grin on his face showed he definitely wasn't adverse to the adoration. Behind him, she could see Izuku swimming laps back and forth in the sea. Pushing the curtain fully aside, Minami cautiously came out of the changing tent fully and approached her father. Well, it's now or never, Minami. The girl spoke to herself, still feeling unsure about how she looked, feeling so bare, her heart hammering in her chest. She could see All Might's eyes turn to look at her, the smile lines around his eyes crinkling up. All Might gently moved the women aside. Ladies, I thank you for your admiration, but I have some hero duties to attend to regarding the training of future heroes. All Might stepped forward towards Minami, while the women behind him sadly whined at being shooed away and dejectedly shuffled off. Come, my girl, let's refocus on another type of training to increase your powers. All Might held his hand out for Minami, and she placed her slender hand in his, letting him lead her to where the waves were rolling onto the beach. All Might looked up and still saw Izuku swimming his laps, not having hit his lap goal yet. Papa, I never told you, but I can't swim. Minami looked down at the tide engulf her feet, feeling heat rise up into her cheeks. I must really seem like some sheltered hillbilly now, who doesn't know how to swim. Minami criticized herself. She could hear her father's chuckle and felt his large hands set on her shoulder. Looking up, she could see his optimistic grin. Well then, my girl, by the end of this afternoon you will be a grade A swimmer. All Might gave her a thumbs up and started ushering her further into the Minami began stepping further into the water. She felt goosebumps prick her skin, the temperature difference between the air and the ocean making her shiver a bit. She waded further out until the water was up to her chest. Looking back to see if All Might was following her and seeing him beginning to trail her from the shoreline, she heard a whoosh come from in front of her. Turning to look, she was suddenly face to face with a large wave, as tall as her, as it toppled into her and sent her backwards underwater. Shit! Minami thought, terrified, as she clawed at the air trying to stop herself from falling backward in vain, not expecting to be taken down by a wave as she was pushed underwater. Instinctively inhaling and opening her eyes, she felt the sting of the salt water hit her eyes and the burning sensation of breathing in water scorch her lungs. Ocean water rushed into her open mouth and down her throat. Suddenly she felt 2 large hands pull her up by her armpits quickly. It had only been a few seconds she was underwater, but to Minami it felt like so much longer. As soon as she felt air on her face she tried to inhale, but felt like she was choking, and all that emitted from her was a gurgling sound as she pinched her eyes shut, her eyes still burning from the salt water's assault. Almost instantly she felt herself being tilted downward on the beach over a large knee, a hefty hand thumping her back. "I've got you, my girl," she heard the loud voice of All Might ringing in her ears as he continued thumping her back, attempting to get her to cough up the water she had inhaled. His ministrations did the trick, and she painfully coughed out the salt water. She felt herself being pulled into a sitting position as she was greedily skiing in as much air as she could, hearing All Might's hushed tone trying to comfort her. "My dear girl, I am so sorry, I was not expecting such a large wave to roll in like that." With her coughing fit ending, she squinted to look up into the worried face of All Might, her eyes stinging from the effects of the ocean. Seeing the commotion from where he had been swimming laps, she could hear Izuku approaching rapidly, calling out to All Might, asking if she was okay. Minami could feel herself flush at the unwanted attention. "Damn it! Why did I let that happen?" she thought to herself, frustrated. She felt her stomach gurgle angrily and she held her torso, curling in a bit on herself at the cramping and nausea rising up in her. She could feel Izuku's hand on her back, his panicked voice asking what had happened. All Might pushed the hair out of her face, asking what was wrong. She felt overwhelmed at all the questions being asked of her as she felt the sea water that she had swallowed rising back up her throat slowly. "Little Minami, where does it hurt?" Minami heard All Might question her, his normally confident voice wavering a bit as she could hear the worry in his tone. A stab of guilt hit her at the realization of how much she must be worrying them because she allowed herself to be taken down by one little wave. A real hero would never let that happen, she thought to herself, disappointed. Minami groaned, "I don't feel so good," and began dry heaving, not being able to stop her body's rejection of the water any longer. She could feel All Might angle her away from him a bit and pull her drenched hair back while she emptied the contents of her stomach onto the sand. On her other side, she could feel Izuku patting her back, telling her it was going to be okay. Breathing heavily as she finished, she shivered as she felt the breeze blow over her damp skin. She could hear All Might ask Izuku to bring him a beach towel. Wiping her mouth, All Might wrapped her up in the towel and held her close to him, patting down her drippy hair. There, my girl, everything is all right because I am here." All Might looked down at Minami, worried. Minami looked up at All Might blearily, her eyes still aching from the effects of the ocean. She glanced over and looked up at Izuku and could see the concern in his eyes. Rubbing the water out from her eyes, she felt irritation with herself rise up. "I want to try again," Minami said firmly. All Might and Izuku stared at the girl a moment, confused. "I have to work harder than anyone else in order to have a chance to get into Yua, just like Izuku, right? Well, I can't let one wave topple me over. And what kind of hero doesn't know how to swim?" She snorted at the ridiculousness of the thought, then started coughing a bit at irritating her sore throat. She could feel All Might tighten his grip on her. "So can you guys show me how to swim? I promise I won't let something stupid happen again." Before All Might could say she should take a break from swimming for the day, Izuku chimed in. "Of course. We can swim laps together. Here, come on, I'll show you the different kind of swimming strokes." Izuku pulled Minami to her feet and started leading her back to the ocean. All Might looked on, seeing Izuku lead Minami back into the water once more, feeling a mixture of emotions pass through him as he looked down at the towel the young girl had just been wrapped in. The memory of what Recovery Girl had told him echoed in his mind. "Just enjoy this time, All Might, she won't be small for long, and in the blink of an eye she'll be a young woman." All Might smiled softly to himself as he watched Minami tentatively go back into the ocean with Izuku by her side. "You were right, Chio, she's growing up fast and is beginning to tackle the problems she faces on her own now. Maybe now's the time to kick her training up a notch. Besides, she'll need to have a decent hang of her powers by the time the entrance exam rolls around." Minami heard a soft knock on her bedroom door. She looked up from where she was sitting on her bed, in the middle of brushing her hair after her shower. She saw Yagi peeking in with a cheerful smile on his face. "Hey there, kiddo. Mind if I join you here for a bit?" Toshinori pushed open her bedroom door fully and walked in, holding a white box with a pink ribbon tied on it. The bed shifted as Yagi sat next to Minami. He turned away for a moment to cough into the crook of his arm before continuing. He looked down at the young girl sitting on the bed next to him, gazing up with inquisitive eyes. "My girl, a very special day is approaching, isn't it? Your 15th birthday." At that being mentioned, a wide smile appeared on Minami's face. "Yes. I'll finally be 15 and caught up to Izuku. It'll be totally badass." Minami pumped her fist into the air for emphasis. Toshinori snorted at her antics. "Language, young lady," he laughed. "Anyways, since you've been too stubborn to tell me what you want for your birthday dash," Minami's defensive tone interrupted him. "It's because I don't need anything else as long as I have you. You've already given me anything I'd ever want." She held her hands out trying to convince him she wasn't trying to be difficult. Toshi chuckled at her sincerity, patting her head. "Hush, little Minami," he deflected, trying to get her to calm a bit. "I know, and I am grateful you hold me in such high regard, but I would still like to give you something for a very special occasion." Handing her the box he had been holding, Minami accepted it tentatively. "It would mean a lot to me if you accepted this gift, little one." Minami looked up at Toshinori a bit confused, hearing the slightly somber tone in his voice. Delicately unwrapping the box and opening it, inside lay a yellow gold chain with a small heart pendant. Inscribed on the heart were two initials, "Thin." The piece sparkled in the lighting of her room. "Papa, it's appealing." She paused to take in its glimmer once more. "It was my mother's. However, it's been sitting in a drawer and used. I think now is the perfect time for it to see some sunlight and have a fresh beginning." Toshi gently explained. Suddenly it clicked in Minami's head. "Wait, the initials SN, do you mean your MS tier, Nana Shimura was your mother?" Minami asked, her brow crinkling in confusion. Yagi sighed, preparing himself to explain the further details of his past. "Yes and no. She was not my birdh mother. I never knew my birdh mother. She passed after having me. I only grew up knowing my father. Once it was confirmed I was quirkless, he wanted little to do with me, and slowly our relationship deteriorated. It wasn't until I was emancipated dash." "Emanci what? What's that?" Minami blinked, trying to understand the term. "It's when a minor can gain independence from an adult that has custody over them, though usually you have to be at least 16 to do this," Yagi explained simply. Minami nodded at the explanation, seeming to understand it. "Anyways," Yagi continued, "I was able to emancipate myself, to separate from the difficult living situation I had. At that point, my father was mostly gone on business anyways, so it wasn't too much of a change, though I always had Nana and Gran Torino checking in on me constantly at my apartment." He chuckled at the memory, remembering quite often how startled he would be to come into his apartment and see them sitting at the kitchen table, having a cup of tea, waiting for him to return home. Once Nana found out I was working a part-time job and going to school to try to make ends meet so I could afford to live by myself, she immediately forced me to quit my job and started paying my bills. I argued with her at first, but she always told me no kid of hers was going to put school second. It was always school and hero duties that should come first, in her opinion. Minami noticed the faraway look on her father's face as he lost himself a bit in his past memories. Toshi seemed to notice he was drifting away from the main point of the topic, and gave his head a bit of a shake as if to brush off the past. "But to answer your question, she was not my birdh mother, but my mother in every other sense, as well as my sensei, as she was the one who gave me OFA." Pulling the chain out of the box, it gleamed in the light as it danged from his hand. "Let's see how it looks on you, my girl." Nodding excitedly, Minami turned her back to him and moved her damp hair aside, allowing her father to slip the necklace over her and clasp the back together. She ran her ringers over the chain resting against her collarbone. She turned around to look at Toshi, his large smile showing his approval. "It looks like it was made for you, my dear. Go look at yourself in the mirror." Standing up, Minami took a few steps over and looked at herself in her vanity mirror. The yellow gold showed up brightly, a lovely contrast against her alabaster skin. She touched the chain and pendant once more, admiring it. Turning back around, she sat back down on the bed next to Yagi and hugged him fiercely. Wrapping his own arms around the girl and resting his cheek on top of her head, Toshi continued. Nana was the best hero you could ask for, brave, smart, kind, powerful. You don't know how often I wish she could be here still, not just for me, but to be a guiding light for you as well. Minami could feel her father rumble his wishes, and squeezed him tighter. But you're all of those things too, Dad. You're my role model. I want to be just like you when I become a pro hero. Yagi smiled as he heard her response and tucked her under his chin, running his hand down her smooth hair. Sometimes I just think you'd be better off with a suitable female pro hero as your role model, not some skeletal old man like myself. He murmured. The girl wrinkled her nose at his response and looked up at him. Is this about me getting my ears pierced without your permission? Yagi laughed at her perceptiveness. No, not really, just trying to think about what is best for you is all. He half lied as he smiled softly down at her. You're All Might, the greatest hero there ever was. How can I ask for a better role model than that? And on top of it, you're my dad. I don't see what the problem is. I don't need any other role models when I have you. She took his hands and squeezed, trying to get Toshi to believe her, that she truly felt complete with him as her only parental guide. Besides, I already know who to go to if I want to get my belly button pierced. She grinned up at Toshinori, trying to get a rise out of him. His eyes widened at her statement as he began hacking into his arm. No, absolutely not. No more piercings, do you understand, Minami? Toshinori gasped out in between his coughing. Minami giggled at her father's frantic response, nodding in agreement. Yes, Papa, I understand, she grinned as she thought to herself. Well, at least I got his mind off of sad stuff. Minami swung her legs as she sat on top of the metal filing cabinet humming to herself, nibbling on some snacks Yagi had given her. She watched Izuku sweat as he dragged more garbage across the sand, despite the dropping temperatures that autumn brought. Since her injury, Recovery Girl had given her strict orders of no physical activity for a week until her ankle finished healing. As a result, she didn't really have much to do during the training sessions at the beach and had been taking extra tutoring lessons throughout the week instead, to her dismay. It was Saturday, and Minami had begged Toshinori to let her come to the beach with him just to get some fresh air, and to do something other than read or study. She had been feeling stir-crazy all week at not being able to work out, and desperately wanted to stretch her limbs. With hesitance, Yagi agreed to let her come, with the promise that she'd do exactly as he say and not do any physical activity. Toshinori carefully observed the children a few feet away, fully focused on them, and noticed warily that Minami had pulled herself up a very tall filing cabinet, like a cat on its perch. His electric blue eyes focused on her bandaged ankle peeking through the bottom of her jeans. He shook his head as he imagined a strong breeze blowing her off her perch, forcing her to land on her injured ankle, and immediately moved towards her. Come, little Minami, I don't want you sitting so high up until your ankle is fully healed. Reaching up and plucking her off of the tall multi-tier filing cabinet, he set her softly on the sand. Minami whined at being moved, sensing a loss of what little freedom she had at that moment. Dad, I'm fine. I don't want to dash. Be quiet, Minami, no more whining. You will do exactly as I say, that was the deal, remember? Now sit down on the ground where it's safe. Yagi finally snapped and raised his voice at her, losing his patience a bit at her pushing him relentlessly all morning to let her move around, despite agreeing to be immobile. Hearing the change in Toshi's demeanor, Minami quieted immediately and looked down at her hands as Yagi set her on the sand, nervous to look her father in his eyes. Chancing a glance to his left, he could see even Izuku had stopped what he was doing to regard Toshinori. Sighing, Yagi felt frustration rip through him as he raked his hand through his wild blonde locks. He didn't mean to be so harsh on the girl. He knew she was just antsy at being housebound all week, and frankly he couldn't blame her. But he needed to do what was necessary to make sure she healed correctly, even if he had to be the bad guy for a bit. Toshinori shuddered as he thought back to Monday when the accident had occurred. They had just finished their lunch break and he hadn't realized Izuku started moving garbage once more. He chose one of the largest items on the beach, a large industrial steel refrigerator. Knowing she wasn't allowed to move any of the garbage as that was Izuku's task alone, Minami had been there to pump him up and cheer him on in his attempt to drag the fridge with ropes. From what Izuku had explained to him in the chaotic aftermath, eventually he was able to get the appliance to creak forward, bit by bit, his strength having increased over the past months of training and clearing garbage. However, the ropes had gotten tangled around his legs. While jerking his legs around and trying to get the ropes unwrapped, Izuku had tipped the fridge forward just enough to push it off balance and cause it to fall forward onto him. Izuku was trapped at that moment, but Minami had seen what was happening from where she stood nearby and had moved quickly, using her quirk to propel herself over the sand and push Izuku out of the way. However, it hadn't been enough to completely clear herself from the steel device. The steel behemoth toppled over and caught her on her calf, trapping her underneath. An ear-piercing scream and hysterical crying had sounded across the beach and shook Toshinori to his core. The sound had snapped him out of reviewing the children's training manuals, blood spewing from his own mouth in shock, and caused him to phase into his muscle form, pinpointing the source of all the chaos almost immediately. When he arrived, Minami had been trying to push the fridge off her leg with energy blasts, though they weren't nearly strong enough to move the thing. Izuku had been panicked at her side, trying to help pull her out from underneath the appliance. Making quick work of the fridge, All Might flung it off of her and kneeled down to inspect the damage. What he saw made his heart stop. Her ankle was already black and blue and swollen, with some bone poking through the skin, and blood running out of the wound heavily, staining the sand beneath her ankle. Not wasting any time, he immediately went into hero mode and carefully gathered her in his arms, keeping her ankle stable, while simultaneously trying to keep her calm in vain, knowing just how excruciating the pain must be. Izuku had been stammering questions and freaking out while explaining what had happened the entire time he gathered the girl into his arms. All Might could only utter one word to the boy with a grave and angered look on his face, the gravity of the situation sapping his normally patient demeanor. "Stay," he growled out at the boy, causing him to take several steps back at the tone, and All Might jumped into the air, heading straight for Yue, praying that Recovery Girl was there at the moment. Minami passed out not long into the flight. He felt sheer panic rip through him, fearing she may have nicked an artery in her ankle and was losing too much blood. Once arriving to Yue, he kicked in Recovery Girl's office door, startling the woman so badly she dropped a box of medical supplies she had been holding at the time, which spread all over the floor. Looking up from the mess, she had been ready to give an earful to whoever dared to break her office door when she took in the scene in front of her. The limp, unconscious girl in All Might's arms whose calves were coated in blood, and the look of pure panic on All Might's face. "Bring her here on the table, hurry," Recovery Girl demanded at once. All Might rushed to lay Minami on the examination table in her office. Reviewing the injury, Recovery Girl gasped at its nasty appearance. "My word, All Might. What happened?" she cried as she immediately went to staunch the bleeding. I don't know, Chio, I just turned around and all hell had broken loose." All Might stammered, not feeling like his normal confident self as he looked down at his daughter's blood that coated his left side and arm, feeling agonized over the thought of Minami suffering through a gruesome injury. Recovery Girl had turned to give All Might a tongue lashing at being so absent-minded when a loud miming sound came from Minami, unintelligible words tumbling from her mouth at the pain that was shooting through her as she returned to consciousness, drawing the attention of both adults once more. All Might kneeled down and reached for her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze as his other hand smoothed back her bangs from her face. "Papa's here, little Minami, everything's going to be all right." His voice cracked as he attempted to reassure her, allowing Recovery Girl to assess the damage on her leg once more. Minami's eyes cracked open and her head slowly turned to face All Might, tears leaking out from the corners of her eyes as she tried with all her strength to stay calm and quiet, but quickly losing that battle. "Papa, please, make it stop, please," she begged, sobbing, grabbing his hand with both of her own and squeezing hard while she tried to stay still. All Might's heart broke at the pleading tone of her request, wanting more than anything to take her place at that moment. He leaned forward and pressed his forehead against hers, squeezing her two hands as tightly as he dared to with his calloused hand, reassuring her. "We will, my girl, we're going to make the pain go away, just hang on a little longer." All Might rumbled against her as he took a moment to glance at Recovery Girl, silently begging for her help. Recovery Girl turned around with a syringe in hand filled with a clear liquid. "It's all right, sweetheart, we're going to make it all better." Recovery Girl crooned softly at the girl, gently gripping her bicep as she pushed the needle into her arm and injected her with the substance. "This is going to make you sleepy, so don't fight it, just relax now," Recovery Girl explained as Minami hissed at the cold liquid coursing through her arm. Within 15 seconds of the injection, All Might saw a relaxed look spread on the girl's face as her pupils dilated, the tension draining from her body. All Might could feel Minami's grip relax completely in his hand. She sighed as she looked at All Might with a half-lidded expression on her face. "Why am I floating?" she murmured tiredly. All Might could only smooth her bangs back once more with his free hand. "Chio, what did you give her?" "She's completely out of it." He looked back at Recovery Girl with a shocked look on his face. "I twilight her, All Might. It's when a patient is in between consciousness and anesthesia. While I've already been able to confirm her arteries are fine and were not damaged, I don't feel comfortable putting her out completely until I can get a better idea of how much blood she has lost and what the extent of the damage is." Bringing out 2 more syringes, Recovery Girl injected them directly into the wound. All Might couldn't help but wince. This will help to keep her leg numb from the knee down for the next several hours, Recovery Girl explained as she walked up to Minami's head and waved her hand in front of her face and snapped her fingers to make sure she was out of it. There was no reaction from the girl as she stared up at the ceiling, blinking slowly. Taking one of her hands, Recovery Girl placed an 4 in one of her veins on the back of her hand and hooked up some painkillers to the drip. "I may have to do some minor surgery, All Might, depending on how severe the injury is. You're welcome to stay, but you'll still need to be out of my way if that's the case." All Might looked on with a worried expression and ran his thumb over Minami's free hand, nodding his understanding to Recovery Girl. Using surgical tools to hold the wound open, Recovery Girl poked around the injury, then washed the wound out and sprayed a coating of antibacterial agent to prevent infection. After several minutes of silence, All Might looked up and saw Recovery Girl removing the surgical tools from the injury and slipping off her LTX gloves with a sigh. "Good news, she's going to be completely fine. This won't inhibit her from becoming a hero. Minami won't require surgery. It was a clean break and there aren't any bone fragments or damaged tissue that need to be removed. She's lost a decent amount of blood, but it's not life-threatening. She'll heal up to be as good as new. She's just going to be very sore and tired for a while." All Might released the breath he hadn't realized he was holding, laying his head down on the table next to Minami's in relief for a moment. He pulled his head back up as he felt Recovery Girl's small hand patting him comfortingly on his back. "It's hard being a parent, isn't it? Much more stressful to worry about your child than it is about yourself." Recovery Girl sympathized with All Might, "But that's why we're here, to pick our children back up when they fall. She's going to be okay, All Might. It's a good thing you got her here as quickly as you did." Recovery Girl leaned forward and placed a big smooch on Minami's pale cheek and paused for a moment to look at her leg. All Might looked on as well, simultaneously fascinated and pleased as her bone cracked and popped back into place, the wound closing up, leaving only an angry red welt with some obvious swelling behind. "She's used up too much stamina to heal the wound completely. I don't dare take any more energy from her right now. She'll be better off letting it rest for a week at the point I've currently healed it to. Then you can bring her back and I can finish the job after her body has completely recovered from all her training exercises," Recovery Girl explained as she removed the 4 from the girl's hand, noting that her pain medication had finished up. She ran her fingers over the palm of Minami's hand after removing the 4, and looked up at All Might irritated. "I can tell she's begun using her powers more. There's some burn welts on her palms. I'll give you a burn ointment she can use to heal the damage she experiences, but you'll need to be more careful with her. She shouldn't be burning herself over and over again like this." All Might swallowed and nodded, feeling humbled that his girl was going to be all right due to Recovery Girl's expertise and powerful healing quirk. Recovery Girl ran her hand up Minami's arm in a comforting fashion. Feeling the toned muscles beneath her fingertips, she smiled. Overall, I can tell you're doing a great job helping to prep her for the UA entrance exam and for life as a hero. She's much stronger and larger since I last saw her. You must be feeding her well. Recovery Girl smiled as she moved a stray bang from the girl's face, noticing she had finally fallen asleep due to the painkillers she had been administered from the 4. Truth be told, I hardly recognize her as that little girl you first brought into my office back in the spring. It's amazing how fast they grow, isn't it? All Might smiled softly for the first time since the accident occurred. Yes, she really has grown, hasn't she? He looked down at Minami, who was peacefully sleeping on the examination table now, taking in how much leaner she looked, and most noticeably her face was no longer round but had grown more angular, like a young adult. Recovery Girl had smiled back cheerfully at that. Yes, well, she's going to be quite the heartbreaker with those looks of hers. If she doesn't already, I'm sure she'll have plenty of boys chasing after her in no time once she starts high school. All Might scowled at that statement. She doesn't need the distraction of boys right now. There will be plenty of time for that, much farther down the road. Recovery Girl laughed heartily at that, wagging a finger at All Might's pouty look on his face. Oh, so I see you've already had a few encounters? Recovery Girl giggled as she wrapped Minami's ankle with gauze and a soft cast, enjoying her time teasing the number 1 hero, before she put the girl's shoes back on and bundled Minami in her jacket so All Might could take her home. Looking up from redressing the girl, Recovery Girl grinned at All Might cheerfully. She's good to go, just don't forget to have her take her medicine for the next week, else that ankle will be bothersome for her. All Might tenderly picked the sleeping girl up, cradling her against his chest as if she were a porcelain doll. Just take good care of her, All Might. Children are a handful, but most of all they're a blessing, especially this one. Recovery Girl patted Minami's good leg before sending the number 1 hero off. Tashinori blinked and refocused back on the 2 children in front of him at Dagoba Beach. Remembering what Chio said, he smiled softly and let out a sigh as he felt his anger leave him, reaching out to ruffle Minami's loose blonde hair. I'm sorry, my girl, I didn't mean to snap at you. You just need to be a little more patient, and then you can move freely once more. We'll even do more practice drills with your energy blasts. Tashinori reassured her, smiling. The 2 children looked at each other and sighed in relief, feeling the tension leave at once as Tashinori's smile shined as brightly as the sun. Yagi looked at the time on his watch and noted it was 12:30 p.m., time for lunch. Suddenly an idea struck him. Let's all warm up over a bowl of hot udon soup at the shop down the street, and Minami, you can tell young Midoriya here some more about Halloween and what you used to do in the United States to celebrate. The children looked at each other excitedly at the prospect of hot soup and nodded up at Tashinori eagerly. Yagi felt encouraged by their reaction and continued. Tomorrow is Halloween, right? Since you can't go trick-or-treating in Japan, how about we celebrate Halloween over a movie and some candy together tomorrow evening at our home with young Izuku here? Yagi smiled at the thought of the young children enjoying some downtime together. Plus, he really owed it to the young boy. Toshi remembered how he snapped at the boy the day of the accident. He had returned to the beach with Minami bundled up after remembering he had told him to stay there and wait for him. After packing Minami up in the truck and making sure she'd be okay for about 5 to 10 minutes, he went down to the beach to check on Izuku and found him sitting on the sand with his knees up to his chest, sniffling. He felt guilt flood his entire being at the scene, knowing the fault lay mainly with him for not keeping a closer eye on the children, a mistake he won't make again. He had reassured the boy that everything was okay and had apologized profusely, but Izuku had cried and fretted that Yagi had likely changed his mind about giving him his quirk, and had even insisted at one point in their conversation that he should give his quirk to someone more worthy. Tashinori balked at the notion and had assured the boy that was absolutely not the case, that he was still his heir for OF. After reassuring him several times more with a hug and several hearty pats on the back, he had sent the boy home to relax for the rest of the day, confirming they would pick up where he left off the following day. Though the boy had been smiling through the remainder of his tears by the time they had finished up their talk, Toshi knew the entire situation had been a big blow to his confidence. All in all, it had been a rough day for all of them, and they could use time off to just relax and regroup. Plus, a little candy never hurt any. Yagi thought to himself, smiling as the children engaged in excited chatter about Halloween while they walked to the nearest udon shop. Yagi smiled while he opened the bags of Swedish fish and various chocolates in the kitchen as he heard the children's laughter from the living room. Pouring the assorted bags into one large bowl, he rounded the corner and saw the children wrestling playfully over the prime spot on the large recliner chair. Hey, Squirts. Take it easy there. I need that chair to make it through the night. Yagi laughed as he set the bowl of candy on the coffee table. Minami gleefully bumped Izuku out of the chair with a strong kick from her good leg, causing the boy to tumble down to the floor. Izuku scoffed a bit and looked back up at Minami. How do you always do that? You always win, he laughed as he rubbed the sore spot on his lower back. 'Cause I'm the daughter of All Might. Minami grinned and flexed her two small biceps in mimicry of said #1 hero standing right next to them. Toshi laughed at the antics of the children, reaching down to help Izuku back up into a standing position, then snatching Minami in a headlock and tickling her side. She squealed at the contact and tried in vain to slip out of Toshinori's grip. Yagi laughed. Easy there, kiddo. Don't let that head of yours get too big. You may be my favorite daughter, but Izuku is still my favorite student. Minami grinned at Yagi's comment and responded back with a smart alecky comment. What do you mean I'm your favorite daughter? I'm your only daughter. A hearty laugh erupted from Yagi at her witty comment as the tickling continued for a few more seconds until Minami gave in. All right. You win. Papa, I give in, she laughed, putting her hands in the air in surrender. Toshi stopped his tickling and released her, grinning. He looked over to Izuku, who had a small blush on his cheeks at All Might's previous compliment. Toshi rolled his eyes good-naturedly at him. Heh, that kid is such a fanboy. He thought, laughing to himself. Well, have you two picked out a scary movie to watch from my collection of movies? Izuku held up the DVD case to Yagi. Yeah. We decided to watch The Darkness. It sounds really fun and scary. Toshinori took the black-colored DVD and turned it over to read the description on the back. He felt his eyebrows raise as he read it was about a demon that slept for 15 years at a time who only woke to feed on people for a PRD of 48 hours before returning to its slumber. It hid in the shadows of nighttime to snatch people up and consume their organs. Flipping the DVD back to the front, he saw it was rated PG. I don't remember ever buying this movie before. Seems pretty creepy. Hopefully it's not too scary for the children, but it is PG-13 and they're both 15. So it should be alright. Putting the DVD into the player, the movie began to play ominously, and Toshinori took his place on the center of the couch, with Izuku sitting on the other end. Minami leaned over to turn out the light in the living room from where she sat cross-legged in the recliner chair, coating the room in darkness, save for one small light in the kitchen and the glow of the television screen. Yagi grinned at the girl in the dark. Are you sure you want to do that, my girl? Could make the movie extra scary. The girl scoffed at Toshinori's comment. I'm not scared of any dumb old movie. Izuku grinned at her comment while Toshi laughed at the girl's bravado. All right, little Minami, I believe you. As the movie progressed from multiple chase scenes, as well as scenes with the demon jumping out from the darkness to attack people, Toshinori noticed in amusement how Minami's bravery had begun to fail as she slowly migrated closer to him from across the room. Yagi noticed she first moved by sitting on the floor by the chair when the first person was killed, watching the scene with huge eyes. Soon after, she moved to the floor directly in front of the couch. By the middle of the movie, she had finished her journey across the room by ending up on the other side of Toshinori on the couch. Toshi and Izuku laughed a bit as they noticed her watching the movie at times between the fingers of her hands covering her face whenever the demon appeared to take another victim. What's the matter, Minami? Movie too scary for you? Izuku teased with a smug look on his face. Minami laughed and blushed, forcing herself to remove her hands from her face. No. Of course not. The couch was just more comfortable. She giggled and rubbed the back of her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. The sounds of clothes tearing in the movie drew their attention once more. Looking up, Toshinori's eyes almost bugged out of his head as he saw an impromptu love scene had started between the two main characters while they were hiding from the demon. The female lead's top had come off, exposing her large BRCS fully. He began coughing violently at his surprise. blood dripping from his mouth. Holy shit. I thought this movie was supposed to be PG-13. Was all the number one hero could think as he covered the eyes of both Izuku and Minami, a bright blush spreading across his cheeks as he watched the scene play out until he was sure it was finished. Pulling his hands away from both children's faces, Minami opened her eyes again and looked at the screen, seeing both characters under the bedsheets. Realizing what had just played out on the movie, Minami glanced at Toshinori and Izuku, her face feeling beet red. She sputtered a laugh at Izuku's huge eyes and tomato-red face. "Oh, melons." Izuku muttered quietly to himself as he blinked. Toshinori couldn't help but chuckle at the awe-filled face of Izuku, who had just seen his first pair of beers, leaning over to ruffle his hair. An unearthly snarl erupted from the movie as the demon came flying through the window on the screen, shattering it, to finish off the last two remaining survivors. Minami shrieked at the unexpected ending, burying her face into the couch cushion. She could hear Izuku snorting and laughing at her reaction. Feeling the couch shift as a heavy weight was lifted, she could see the living room lights were turned back on from the corners of the cushion. Removing said cushion, she looked up to see Yagi grinning cheerfully at the two children on the couch. Behind him, the credits were rolling on the television for the movie. "Alright kiddos, time to wrap this up." Yagi gave a thumbs up to the two children. Minami groaned, knowing what that meant. Time for more studying since she was still unable to exercise. "It's okay, Minchun," Izuku called her by her nickname he made up for her. "We'll do some mock UA entrance exams together." Izuku clenched his fist as he became determined and grinned, "And go plus ultra." Minami's eyes snapped open as she gasped, laying in her bed. She felt a cold sweat go through her body as she lay there in the inky darkness, waking up fully from her nightmare. Rolling over, she took shallow breaths as she grabbed her phone. The white screen blinded her slightly for a few seconds. She squinted against it and saw it read 12:31 a.m. It was just a dream, it's not real, there are no monsters. She reassured herself quietly as she set her phone back down, though her hammering heart said otherwise. Attempting to swallow, she gagged as her tongue felt dry and stuck to the roof of her mouth. Sliding out of bed, Minami tiptoed into the hallway of the apartment. The entire apartment was dark, save for one tiny light in the kitchen. Entering the dark kitchen, she filled a glass with water. Sipping the water, she turned around and walked halfway out of the kitchen, yawning and rubbing her eyes. Looking out into the living room, she gasped and almost dropped her glass, whimpering at what she saw. "It's not real, it's not real, it's not real." Minami chanted softly to herself frantically, pinching her eyes shut for a moment. Opening them again tentatively, she could still make out a shape in the far corner of the pitch blackness of the living room. Whining, she felt her heart racing in her ears as she stared unblinking at the shape she saw. As she continued to look, she gasped as she thought she saw the shadow demon standing in the corner of the living room turn and look at her. Stumbling to set her glass on the table, she limped quickly down the hallway to Toshinori's room, where the door was wide open. Peeking in, she could see the outline of him stretched out on his custom-made king-size bed to fit his long 7-foot frame, softly snoring. "This is stupid, I shouldn't wake him, this isn't real, it's my imagination." Looking back, she could swear the shadow had gotten closer to her and she felt fear tingle down her spine, imaging a nasty winged creation like the one in the movie leaping out to rip open her chest and eat her heart. "Screw it." Minami thought, a bit panicked as she padded over to the side of Toshinori's bed. She shook him awake as softly as she could, whimpering as her imagination ran wild. "Papa, Papa," she squeaked, gently shaking his shoulder. Toshinori, a soft snoring halted as he woke immediately, snapping his hand out to grip her wrist tightly as his hero instincts kicked in. Realizing there was no villain trying to harm him, but only his daughter, he released her wrist in an instant. "My girl, what's wrong?" Toshinori's voice rasped as he coughed into his arm, reaching over to turn on his light next to his bed. Squinting up to look at Minami, he saw her standing next to him, trembling. "I." Minami paused and looked down, still trembling, feeling silly. Toshinori waited patiently for the girl to voice her thoughts. "I had a bad dream, and I went to get a glass of water, and saw a monster in the living room." She sniffed, still feeling her heart hammering in her chest. She moved closer to the bed. Toshinori sighed and scrubbed his eyes, groaning a bit as he forced his body to sit up on his bed, his large feet touching the floor. Minami worried she had made him upset. "I'm sorry, Papa. Yagi interrupted her by hushing her and drawing her close for a hug. "My girl," he said softly as he woke up more fully now, rubbing her back with his large hand, then pulled back to look at her. Minami sniffled some more as she looked at Toshinori. "I'm sorry, the movie was really scary." Yagi hummed tiredly in agreement. "It was scary, wasn't it? Maybe a bit too scary, huh?" Toshinori agreed as he pulled her back in for another tight hug. Minami wrapped her arms around him, burying her face into the crook of his neck, savoring the feeling of safety. "Can I stay with you tonight, Papa? Please?" "I'm still scared." Minami's voice came out muffled from where she had pressed herself against him, worried he would say no. Toshinori was silent for a moment while he thought about it, then made his decision after several seconds. Would this be bad for establishing her independence? No, it couldn't hurt, and besides, if I send her off to her own room knowing she's upset, I won't be able to sleep. Of course, little Minami. Now, let's go back to sleep. Releasing her and scooting back on the bed, Yagi slid back under the blanket once more before lifting his arm and waiting for her to climb in next to him. Minami wasted no time crawling into the large bed with Yagi, getting as close as physically possible to him, nestling herself against his chest. She felt Toshi's chest rumble as he chuckled at her while he reached over to turn out the light once more. Wrapping both of them back up in his large blanket, Yagi could hear Minami sigh as she slipped back into the comfort of sleep. He closed his eyes as well, feeling the effects of sleep tugging at his mind when he heard Minami's small voice whisper to him, "Good night, Papa, I love you." Toshinori smiled softly to himself as he laid there, wrapping his arms around the girl tighter at her response. "Good night, little Minami, I love you too." Yagi murmured as he felt sleep take him once more. Minami inhaled the crisp early morning air, and then exhaled slowly, watching her breath puff out into little clouds as she stood outside the apartment complex, waiting for Toshinori to join her. The date was February 26th, the day she had been working towards since Yagi found her, UA test day. Today would be the day to see if all of her training and tutoring sessions were a success. She felt a shiver go through her body, and wasn't sure if it was due to the chilled air, or the fact that she was more nervous than she could remember feeling in recent memory. Minami tucked her gray scarf tighter around her neck and face, burying her hands into the pockets of her pink coat after readjusting her backpack. She closed her eyes and sighed. "Get a hold of yourself, you need to refocus, there is no room for messing up. Not today." She felt a large hand grip her padded shoulder. Opening her eyes and turning around, she saw her father standing there with a smile on his face. "You all set, my girl? Let's get to the truck, I'll drop you off at UA." Minami felt her brow crinkle up in confusion. "We're going straight to the school? I thought we were meeting with Izuku first," she questioned as she climbed into the passenger seat of the truck. Yagi got into the driver's side and started up the truck. "I will be dropping you off at the school first so you can settle in. I'll have to meet young Midoriya at the beach by myself to make sure he finished clearing the area I sectioned out for him and transfer OFA to him," he explained as he pulled out of the parking lot of the apartment complex. Minami pouted a bit. "I wanted to see you transfer A to him, Papa. It sounds really cool." Minami could see a flash of emotion cross Yagi's face for a moment before it returned to neutrality, but was confused by what she saw there for a split second. Was it worry maybe? Contemplation? Toshinori glanced at the girl for a moment, then looked back to the road. "No, keep her safe. The less she knows about OFA, the less of a chance my enemies will pursue her in the future," Yagi concluded to himself after weighing out his options, stopping at a red light. "My dear, just like we have our own secrets we keep between each other because of our bond, it also means that young Midoriya and I will also have a few secrets that no one else can know about, due to the nature of our relationship. This instance is one of those times, I'm afraid." He trailed off as he regarded Minami with a look. Genuine regret for not allowing her to come. Minami felt her face fall a bit at her father's rejection. "I get it. I know what he means, but why can't he trust me with his deepest, darkest secrets too about one for all? I would never say anything to anyone. Maybe I'm just not trustworthy enough to him? Minami thought to herself sadly as she nodded at her father's statement, accepting it as she turned to look out the windshield of the truck. Guilt shot through Yagi at the sadness that crossed Minami's face. Shaking it off, he decided to change topics to try to pick up her spirits. Besides, you have much more important things to focus on this morning, like acing that entrance exam. He winked at her as he laughed heartily, reaching over to pat her head. Minami smiled at how much love she felt pour out to her from the action, deciding to set aside their disagreement and instead do what her father said, focus on the test that lay ahead. He's right, it's definitely way more important anyways, and I need to be completely focused on this test today. I need to do well, I have to get into UA. She felt her fist clench in her lap as she became determined, but at that moment recognized they were crossing through the daunting gates of UA, and sensed all confidence she felt just seconds before fade away in an instant as intimidation set in. We're here already? She thought to herself as she looked out her window at the large building in the distance while Yagi parked the truck and turned to look at her. A proud look crossed his face. You've come a long way, kiddo. You're not a little kid anymore. No, you're a young lady now and a hero in training. Yagi said as he softly gazed at her. Minami felt her bottom lip tremble a bit at her father's compliment, feeling emotion rise up. Her throat tightened as she tried to rein herself in. No crying, Minami, you're going to be a hero, and heroes don't cry, she reminded herself sternly. I can already tell, today's going to be a great day, my girl. I'm so proud of you, of everything you've accomplished, and will accomplish in the future. You're going to be a great hero. Like glass shattering against stone, Minami felt her resolve break and she roughly inhaled, tears flowing from her eyes as she covered her face with her hands, willing herself to stop crying unsuccessfully. She could sense the confusion rolling off her father in waves, not even needing to look at him to know how baffled he probably looked at her reaction. She exhaled loudly, ending with a whimper as she realized now she couldn't stem the flow of tears as her anxiety overwhelmed her. She could feel Toshinori gently grip her wrists to pull her hands away from her face. Minami, my girl, what's wrong? She heard his baritone voice ask. Allowing her hands to be pulled away, she could see Yagi's sympathetic face through her watery vision. Minami opened her mouth to say something, but felt her fears and concerns that she had been holding in for the past several months come tumbling out. She pinched her eyes shut as she felt herself implode. I'm not good at tests, I never have been. I was always told I was stupid and I wasn't cut out for school. And now I have to do this all by myself. What if I'm not good enough to become a hero? What if I'm a complete failure, and I bomb the test, and I embarrass myself and you and dash? She sobbed out in broken sentences until she was cut off by Toshinori placing his hands on her shoulders and squeezing them, shushing her gently. Opening her eyes from her meltdown, she could see understanding lit up in Yagi's own eyes as he realized what was the matter. Minami, Toshi started off slowly, thinking about how he was going to word his thoughts. First off, you're definitely not stupid, you're smart. Secondly, you're not alone, my girl, you'll never be alone dash. Because you'll always be here for me? Minami croaked out her question as tears still flowed down her face, trying to finish his sentence. Yagi appeared to hesitate before answering, seeming conflicted. Yes, but it's important to remember that even when I'm not physically present, I will always be here. He reached downward and tapped her thick coat just below the left side of her collarbone, indicating her heart. Because I love you above all else. Minami hiccuped, rubbing her eyes as she began to calm down. Hearing a hissing sound, Minami looked up to see Yagi had transformed into All Might to reassure her, a huge grin spreading on his jolly face. Worried that someone would see them, Minami glanced around the parking lot from their truck, but didn't see a single soul out at that time. All Might pulled the girl into a tight hug before she could say anything, finishing his pep talk. Lastly, you're not going to fail, little Minami. Not totally convinced, she interrupted him, but what if I fail and dash? But my dear, what if you fly? And go on to soar and succeed? This response stunned Minami, causing her to pause and listen to his explanation. All Might grinned as he continued to embrace her, softly stroking her hair. You cannot be afraid to fail, my dear, because then you will never succeed either. You would be at a standstill, never moving forward. And that is no way to live, now is it? Minami murmured her agreement into his shoulder. Which is why it's how we handle our failures that truly make us who we are, so we can learn and become better. But you've been practicing a lot these past 9 months, and my girl, you've learned so much. He laughed jovially and tightened his hold on Minami, causing her to smile softly at his upbeat attitude as she rested her cheek on his shoulder. I know as long as you try your best, everything is going to be just fine, little Minami, I promise, no matter what happens. Pulling back from Minami a bit, All Might looked her in the eyes, patting her shoulders. Deep breath, little Minami. The girl inhaled deeply before releasing a large gust of breath. Feeling the butterflies in her stomach fade away, she smiled up at All Might as the remainder of her tears dried up. All Might raised his 2 index fingers to the corners of his smile, pointing upward. Just remember, little Minami, whenever you feel afraid or nervous, just to smile to trick the fear inside you. Minami giggled and smiled back. Thanks, Papa. All Might lowered his hands and chuckled, leaning forward to place a kiss on her cheek. Letting his muscle form drop, steam filled the truck as Toshinori took his place. Now go show them what it means to be a hero. Yagi gave her a thumbs up with a big grin. Minami walked into the towering building that had produced some of the best heroes in the world. Once inside, she registered for the exam and took in her surroundings. The halls were wide and extremely clean. They almost glimmered in the winter morning light, reflecting all the majesty and pageantry the building itself did from the outside. She had never seen anything like it, having never been in the main part of the school before. There were a few examinees walking around the halls, softly speaking to each other. Others were sitting around in corners of the hallway, going through flashcards of questions or reading through their notepads. Some even just seemed to be relaxing, scrolling through their smartphones. Minami wandered the halls aimlessly to stretch her legs, and of course to satisfy her curiosity. Throughout the building she found various bulletins of upcoming events for the school, clubs, tutoring sessions, and even a few framed dedications to the most famous heroes that were schooled there. All in all, she concluded it was a good institution and could definitely see why it had such a good reputation. Circling back around, she decided to find a seat in the lecture hall they were assigned to gather at for the entrance exam. Maybe I'll review some of my notes now, she thought to herself as she walked down the first few steps of the auditorium that could easily seat 1,000 people. She looked at the rows and rows of empty seats, though quite a few were already filled with examinees. Cute coat. Pink's my favorite, a voice sounded from behind her in one of the last rows. She turned and saw a girl with pink hair and skin, with little horns coming out of her head. Her yellow eyes pierced hers, and there was a magnetic air of confidence around her. Minami liked her instantly. She reminded her of her friend from Oklahoma, Tracy, who she had fallen out of touch with recently to her dismay. Thanks. I'm Minami Yagi. Minami introduced herself. The pink girl was chewing some bubble gum. Blowing a big bubble, she popped it and grinned up at her from where she sat. My name's Mina Ishido. She moved her backpack out of the aisle seat, inviting Minami to sit next to her. Minami wasted no time, feeling starved for female friendship since arriving to Japan months ago. Hey, are you really Japanese? Your name is Japanese, but you don't sound like it. The pink-haired girl hummed in thought. You kinda sound like a gaijin. Mina snickered. Minami felt a large sweat drop form as she slipped off her coat and scarf, revealing her black Under Armour workout breathes and blush-colored long-sleeve running shirt underneath. Great, even after all those countless hours of Japanese lessons, I'll still stand out like a sore thumb, she thought. Seeing her distressed face, Mina quickly realized how her comment came out. Waving her hands, she clarified, it's not necessarily a bad thing, it just makes you different, you stand out, but not in a bad way, she grinned again, blowing another bubblegum bubble. To be honest, your Japanese is pretty good, old-fashioned sounding, but good, she encouraged the blonde. Minami smiled back amicably, realizing the girl meant no harm by the comment. It's true, I wasn't born here. In fact, I grew up in Oklahoma in the United States. My mom was American, but my dad is Japanese. I only recently moved to Japan to go to school here about 9 months ago. Minami explained. Oh, you're from the Wild West. Like cowboys and Indians? Her yellow eyes grew large as she scooted closer to the blonde girl in her seat, eager for more details. Are there cute cowboys there? She laced her fingers together in her lap, practically swooning at the thought of a rugged man sweeping her off her feet. Minami giggled at her dramatics. We have some cowboys there, she grinned. Mina squealed like a fangirl at her response. Do you have any cute cowboy brothers? Maybe they'll come to visit you. Minami quickly shut that idea down. Nope, I'm an only child, but I still have friends back in Oklahoma. Maybe I can get them to visit and drag a cute cowboy with them. Minami winked at Mina, enjoying the excited grin that spread across the pink girl's face. I'm not going to tell her I only had one friend really, who I haven't talked to in months. She'd think I'm a total loser. Minami considered to herself. And you're mixed. That's really cool. Mina laughed, her gaze raking her face as she leaned in to pinpoint which of her features were Japanese. The friendly girl reached out and took a strand of her sunflower-colored hair. Blonde hair with blue eyes. I just knew you were different when I saw you. I haven't had a chance to hang out with many gaijin before. This will be fun. Mina released her piece of hair and clapped her hands together with glee. Minami laughed at her excited tone. I'm glad you're excited to meet me. The Minami smiled as she pulled out her booklet full of exam notes, skimming them while she eyed the pink girl from the corner of her vision who slouched and pulled her hands behind her head, looking extremely relaxed. Aren't you nervous for the test? We have so much writing on this exam. Minami couldn't help herself from asking the girl, wondering what her secret was for being so confident. Mina just smiled at her, flashing her straight white teeth while she chewed her gum, shrugging her shoulders. Meh. I'm just going to wing it. It's what I've always done for school so far, and it's always worked out great for me. Minami felt her eyes widen at the girl's response, not being able to fathom being so nonchalant about such an important event. The two girls continued to speak back and forth, all the while Minami skimmed her notes. Minami regarded the students steadily filing into the full examination hall now, looking for a familiar head of curly green hair amongst the hordes of hopeful examinees. Still not seeing Izuku with only 10 minutes to go, Minami sent another text to the boy. Who ya texting? Your boyfriend? Mina leaned over to shove her nose into the screen of Minami's phone, looking for evidence of romance. Minami balked at the thought of Izuku being her boyfriend, sputtering a laugh. No, to be honest, he's more like a brother to me. His family is friends with mine, so I've known him since I came here and we trained together a lot for this exam. Minami explained. Hope the family lie doesn't ever come back to bite me in the butt. Minami worried a bit to herself. So he's taking the exam too? Yeah, he better get his butt here. They're going to start soon. Mina giggled. Soon enough, the intro music started playing and the lights dimmed. A hush fell over the attendees as Present Mike came dancing out onto the stage enthusiastically. Minami couldn't help but snicker at the scene, thinking his entrance suited him perfectly. Worriedly, she glanced down at her phone and still didn't see a response from Izuku. She began texting him again when she felt someone roughly tapping her shoulder. Glancing up from her seat, she saw a lizard man sneering down at her, who had clearly been assigned to the site as an exam proctor. No phones. Turn off your phone. Else it will be confiscated, he hissed out, his forked tongue poking out between his serrated teeth. Minami scowled up at the unfriendly glare she received, before shutting down her smartphone and shoving it in her backpack. See Izuku, you better be here. She thought to herself, frustrated she wasn't able to make contact with him. Let me hear ya. Present Mike shouted as he was met with complete silence. Minami winced at the slightly flustered look on Present Mike's face before he shrugged it off laughing. Minami began listening to Present Mike's exam directions when she saw a really uptight boy stand up and start complaining about how the handout was written. Minami couldn't help but roll her eyes as she folded her arms across her chest. Geez, he really needs to take it down a notch, she thought to herself, irritated. Then, said boy turned and started yelling at another boy just behind him who had been muttering the whole time. Looking at who he was pointing at and recognizing his features, Minami sat up taller in her seat, seeing it was Izuku. "Izuku, there you are." She grinned and began whispering loudly, trying to get his attention. "Izuku! Izuku!" She cupped her hands around her mouth as she whisper-shouted across the quiet auditorium. Suddenly, all the examinees in her vicinity violently hushed her, halting her attempts to try to contact Izuku. Minami blushed and slid down into her seat, not liking the negative attention. She could see Present Mike looking up into her section of the auditorium from the podium, trying to figure out what the commotion was, before deciding it wasn't worth his time and finished up the practical exam's directions. Minami sighed from where she sat. "Well, this is it. I'll just have to talk to Izuku after the written portion of the exam today." Minami found herself outside of Battle Center C with a large crowd of other examinees. To her delight, Mina's examinee ID had also been assigned to Battle Center C. Heavy footsteps to her side attracted Minami's attention while she was sitting on the ground, stretching her legs in preparation for the practical exam. "You're that dumbass that caused a ruckus in the auditorium." Minami rolled her eyes and ignored the voice for a few moments, finishing up her stretches. Minami could hear the grating accent in her voice as she spoke English to her. It sounded as if she were from Brooklyn, New York. Discreetly looking around, Minami could see the other children looking on with curiosity, likely not realizing there were foreigners in their group. It's not like there's many internationals here that try to get into UA. Minami thought, "I'm sure this beach does a stand-up job at representing foreigners," she thought sarcastically as she stood back up to her full height, glaring down at the other American who was a few inches shorter than her. "Yeah, so what?" Minami responded with a sneer as she got a good look at the girl. Instead of hair, she had large spikes coming out of her head. Her teeth were serrated as she mockingly smiled at Minami. "I can't stand rich loudmouth beaches." Minami could see her orange eyes stare intently at her clothes, clearly jealous of how she appeared to be well off and in her mind, possibly have an advantage today if that was the case. Minami smirked back. She had known this scenario well in the ice skating world. Girls who thought they were better than her because they dressed nicer or had more expensive coaches, or just had more money in general. Though now it seemed the roles were a bit reversed, this girl seemed to think she was some rich snob. "Maybe I am a rich snob now. I know Dad has a lot of money, but that doesn't mean she can be shitty to me and basically paint a big target on my back." Minami thought as she looked around and saw some of the other children gathering around them, staring at her, looking for weakness, others grinning eagerly at what appeared to them a fight getting ready to break out. Minami sighed in annoyance, like I would throw away my chance at going to UA for a DMN fist fight. Her eyes shifted back to the nasty girl in front of her. Minami grimaced at her. "I don't care what you think, but you're going to F off and go your own way during this exam. F with me, and that will pretty much guarantee your failure beach." Minami snarled at her, only inches away from the other girl's face, her skin flashing blue for a moment in her anger. The fanged girl gritted her teeth and stepped back at the flash of heat that emitted from the blonde girl, feeling more nervous than she cared to admit. Mina roared with laughter and put her arm around Minami's shoulders, speaking to the other girl in slow, accented English. "Yeah, don't mess with my friend. She'll F you up," she giggled again. The fanged girl grimaced and slunk away, like a dog with its tail tucked between its legs. Looking around, Minami could see the other children backing off, satisfied with her display that she indeed was no easy target. Minami exhaled loudly, feeling the tension in her body fade a bit as she pulled her hair back into a ponytail. "And begin." Minami jumped at Present Mick's large voice booming across campus. Looking up, she could see him standing on a watchtower high in the sky. "What's wrong?" "The test started." "Run. Run." Present Mike shouted. "Eep." Minami could feel the stampede of students begin running around her as the gates to Battle Center C opened. Taking off at a sprint, Minami found herself in the middle of the pack of people, racing into the city. Next to her, she saw Mina, who winked at her and gave her the peace sign. "Let's do this, Minami-chan." "Hey!" Minami cried as she destroyed her 12th villain bot, shooting a small energy beam from her palm. Looking behind, Minami could see Mina melting her own bot with her acid. Taking off at a run, Minami could see another 1-point bot with an examinee who seemed to be having trouble immobilizing it. She took this opportunity to rack up the points for herself. Mine! Minami shouted as she leapt and struck the bot with another energy blast, piercing its core and causing it to explode. She waved her apology to the other examinee with a shy smile as she dashed away. Thank God Papa had me practice my energy beams on small appliances, she thought to herself as she moved. After the refrigerator fiasco, All Might didn't take any chances and focused on her quirk strength almost exclusively. She wasn't perfect, but a lot better at destroying heavier-duty items now. Gah! Minami halted and grabbed her right hand, grimacing, feeling pain surge through the tendons and muscle as she was beginning to hit her current limit with her quirk. She heard a small scream in the distance, and looking up saw 4 straggler 2-pointers chasing the spiky-haired girl that had given her trouble just 5 minutes earlier before the practical had begun. Somewhere in the back of her mind, she enjoyed replaying the scene over and over again as she dashed after the bots who ducked into an alley in their pursuit of the girl. Well, she deserves it, she thought harshly to herself as she turned the corner and saw them closing in on said examinee, who huddled and cowered behind a few mock trash cans. Fum. Minami put out both hands and grimaced, feeling pain as she pushed out 2 more blasts simultaneously. She could hear the girl scream and cover her head as bits of metal rained down around them from the destroyed bots. The 2 remaining villain bots turned and locked onto the blue-eyed girl. Terminate! Terminate! Their robotic voices rang out as they locked onto Minami, closing in. Minami groaned as she gathered more energy into her forearms, feeling her muscles ache and sting at their overuse. Just one more time, Minami, come on. She breathed to herself as she sent out another blast from each hand at the remaining bots, successfully destroying one, but only grazing the other. Sheet! Minami backed away from the robot as it approached her. She began trying to gather more energy once more, but felt herself tiring and unable to do so fully in such a short time span. Suddenly, a large spike pierced through the center of the bot, destroying it as it fell to the ground. Looking, Minami could see the spiky-haired girl on her knees, breathing with the effort of having pierced through the metal of the bot, regarding Minami cautiously. Minami looked back at her, holding her stare, and after a few moments held out her hand to the girl, who took it timidly as Minami pulled her up. Thanks, she said bashfully as she looked to her side, not wanting to make eye contact any longer. Wiping away the sweat from her brow with her forearm, Minami regarded her warily, still feeling a bit guarded. Don't mention it. Unexpectedly, the ground began shaking around them, and both girls struggled to maintain their balance under the pseudo-earthquake. What's going on? The volatile girl shouted over the large rumbling noise as she covered her ears. Looking up, Minami saw to her horror the giant 0-pointer bot rise out from the ground behind the alley where they stood like some undead metal behemoth, the smoke and ash from its release making it that much more intimidating. It's the 0-pointer. Run! Minami grabbed the other girl's hand and turned tail, running as fast as she could away from the area as the bot began rampaging. The 2 girls screamed as chunks of building fell down around them. Almost there. Minami thought hopeful as she could see the end of the alleyway up ahead, opening up to the main part of the city. Hearing a large cracking sound from above, Minami looked up and gasped. She jumped back and narrowly missed being crushed by a large piece of falling concrete, head-butting the face of the girl behind her as they fell back. Shaking her head to ward off the dizziness she felt, Minami saw their only escape was blocked by the fallen concrete. She looked back and saw the spiky-haired girl had been knocked out. Minami's eyes widened as the stomping steel machine behind them slowly closed in. The ground shook again, and Minami crawled to the other girl, hovering over her to try and protect her as best as she could from the falling debris. She could feel her knees shaking from the fear that gripped her heart. This is bad, really, really, really bad. She whimpered to herself, squeezing her eyes shut as she tried to figure out what to do. Think, Minami. Think. She screamed to herself mentally. Nearby, a familiar voice cut through the chaos. Need any help? Shocked, Minami snapped open her eyes and saw Mina grinning at her as she sliced through the concrete blocking their way with her acid, like a hot knife through butter. She extended her free hand to Minami. Come on. We gotta get out of here. Mina screamed over the sound of explosions and falling debris. Minami took the pink girl's hand without hesitation and grabbed the spiky-haired girl's arm, dragging her unconscious body out with them as she and Mina escaped to safety. Seeing who she was dragging, Mina's eyes widened and she took the other girl's arm, helping to drag her as they ran, until they were some distance away. Pausing to catch their breath, Mina and Minami stopped to look back at the huge villain bot in the distance. Breathing, Mina laughed. Man, this girl is lucky you're not evil and decided to leave her behind. She jerked her thumb at said girl who was still unconscious on the ground next to them. Minami snorted. No matter how nasty she was to me, I can't just leave someone behind to be crushed. She smiled tiredly at Mina. Another explosion sounded in the distance, larger than when their own zero-pointer bot was released. The harsh tremors caused Mina and Minami to fall to the ground. They glanced at each other confused, realizing this wasn't coming from the zero-pointer bot in the near distance to them. What was that? Mina asked Minami, her yellow eyes large. Minami shrugged her shoulders when they heard a few examinees come running around the corner shouting, "Someone attacked the zero-point bot in one of the other battle centers." Minami sighed in relief, realizing it wasn't anything they needed to worry about. Feeling her energy drain, Minami flopped on her back onto the ground as she realized they were safe when she heard Present Mic call the end of the practical portion of the exam. Who the hell would even consider attacking one of those zero-point monsters? They must be either completely stupid or super brave. Minami laughed to herself as Mina helped her up.